Part 15. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, AncientChina. Chapter 141. The international chaos lasted for a long time. Although wars between countries were commonplace before this, they were definitely not like what they are now. One moment A hits B, and another moment B hits C, and so on. Div appears. Fights are even more exciting. They make up and form an alliance during the fight. They were originally allies fighting each other, but suddenly they turn against each other and start attacking each other. It is not a rare thing. And just as countries were beating each other, China, which had been invaded before, also joined the battlefield, but no longer with the image of being bullied and beaten, but silently and rich. Yes, there is money. In the past, China was used as a cash machine. Other countries were afraid of hurting their own citizens when fighting wars, so they came to fight on Chinese territory. Not only did they rob China of everything, but they also demanded war compensation from China. The situation is different now. After being arbitrarily plundered, burned, and killed, China, which should have been unable to recover for decades, actually recovered. First, China began to produce a kind of can specially used on the battlefield. At first, people in many countries did not know about this kind of cans. After all, these cans were specially supplied to Chinese soldiers at that time, and even if they were sold, they would not sell much. And when China drove away the invaders, began to stand on the international stage, and had allies, the benefits of canned food became apparent. The first country that China established diplomatic relations with after the war was Smith's country. At that time, their country was in a food shortage and the army did not have enough food. In order to provide support, China bought a large number of military cans from the Ji family and sent them along with other supplies. Went over and sent reinforcements. The enemy was also confused. Originally, they heard that it was China that came to support, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, China was indeed a behemoth in the past. But after the defeat, a large number of foreigners poured into China and saw the dilapidation and decay inside. Still the old and precarious dynasty. Even though China is no longer feudal and a new government has been established, many foreigners still have the impression of Chinese people having half their heads shaved, wearing long braids, and flattering them. Are the reinforcements Chinese? What's the use of that? Soon, the Chinese army showed them what prosperity meant. Let's not talk about weapons. Today's people in power are the most cherished soldiers. Whenever they have money, they will change their equipment. Even if they change, they will consider making their own. Clothes, bedding, boots, etc. will all be given to the best. This gentleman said, "Can't we, with all the efforts of the whole country, give these soldiers who are fighting for their rights and status for the country some supplies?" In addition to wanting to do well for his own family, on the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to spread the word that China was no longer what it was originally. The Hua Kingdom has now gradually recovered, and naturally it can afford it. Coupled with the strong support of the eldest young master of the Ji family who clearly does not know how to do business but just doesn't know what is going on, the Hua Kingdom's army is no longer what it used to be. Advanced weapons, uniforms with solid materials, soldiers who are getting stronger and rosy-cheeked because they keep up with the food, and the 4 days that the enemy hates the most every month. Every 7 days, the Chinese army began to distribute canned meat. A group of people happened to camp at the wind. So many people opened the lids of the cans and ate them together. The smell of meat drifted to the enemy's noses along the wind. It smells good. Still smells like meat. Look at them again. Their clothes are torn and have no need to be changed. The inner core is exposed and they are not warm at all. They may not eat meat once a month. The soles of their shoes are so thin that even stepping on a stone will hurt for a while. Chinese soldiers eat meat 4 times a month. Chinese soldiers eat well, sleep well, and are full of energy. The more they fight, the more energetic they become. The enemy had nothing to eat, drink or wear, could not keep up with them, and had to drink vegetable soup while smelling delicious food. The more they fought, the more they became depressed. In the end, he surrendered. It can be said that this is a magical era. There was a bloody feud between you and me in the previous war. After the surrender, the three countries negotiated, and the enemy forces actually became allies. Then, Huaguo canned food became completely famous. As we all know, there is nothing wrong with China. The population is really large. As long as the orders are large, Ji Chang's can supply them. As a result, he not only made a lot of money, but also helped many Chinese people to successfully find jobs. In fact, medicine became famous earlier than canned medicine, but at that time, China did not sell it to other countries. It would only sell some to allies when they wanted to supply it. Gradually, various countries discovered it. In China, it is typical that if you are good to me, I will be good to you. As long as you are an ally, there will be no problem with money, supplies, medicines, and supply. Are you not an ally? Sorry, we don't have enough in our own country. Canned goods and medicines were produced by the Ji family and were not considered state-owned. Naturally, someone had their mind set on it. So, someone carried a box of gold and knocked on the door of the Ji family confidently. Ji Chang's politely accepted his gift, said, "I'm sorry, I won't sell to countries other than China's allies," and then asked someone to send the confused guest away. Guest. It's okay if you don't sell it, but the gold will be returned to me. Ji Chang's pretended not to hear. Chiao Yuan Huan asked him, he was quite righteous, who told him not to say bad things if he was good, why was he here to send gold to the eldest son of the Ji family? I already gave it away, why do you have the nerve to take it back? When Ji's father heard about this and rushed back, he didn't know whether he should laugh or not. This man is also unlucky. I wanted to poach someone, but I ended up running into this silly Baitian who doesn't understand subtle words. In the end, Ji Chang's did not spit out the box of gold. The military directly carried the person to the country that bribed him. Yes, this man was a Han Jian. If he was bribed by another country, he would come up and give him his head. Since you are willing to work for people from other countries to poach talents from your own country, you are not considered a Chinese. If you check off your name on your household registration, you will no longer be a Chinese. This man was stripped of his Chinese nationality in a daze. He originally hoped that his master would let him stay in a foreign country, but he didn't expect that when they saw that he had no use value, they immediately turned against him and threw him out and left him to fend for himself. Ji Chang's was not affected at all and continued his great cause of rejuvenating the country. At one time, he was wearing a vest at home and writing some articles to appease and uplift the Chinese people. At another time, he was wearing a vest at home and writing articles that criticized China and then sent them to China, making the people angry and united. People usually like to fight within themselves, but when there is an external enemy, they unite instantly. Ji Chang's has done a lot of dirty tricks, and once he even adopted a pen name in a country that was typically anti-China, specializing in writing about romance and the like. When this country planned to repeat the same trick, relying on Hua's busy work, he didn't want to be harassed by the war, and when he was trying to get some supplies to leave, he used this vest and started to madly attack Mr. Shen Ziyi of China. I heard that there is a man named Shen Ziyi in your country of China who is very popular among the people. Tisk tisk tisk, you are worthy of being a Chinese. Even such a person can be praised as a detective. No wonder he can't defeat our country in a war. If we beat you, you will not only suffer, but also give money and supplies honestly. The cowardly Hua Chinese people. These words were first transferred from China to this country, and then to China. This is a big deal, the crowd is furious. To use Lu Qinggro's words to describe it, this is just poking a hornet's nest. Ji Chang's has an unusually large number of readers, especially when he is not targeting very knowledgeable people, but literate common people. He often posts inspiring words, such as donating royalties to the front lines, opening orphanages, etc. In addition, he used this vest in real life. The good deeds done by the eldest young master of the Ji family coincided with the good deeds done by Mr. Shen's. He has become the most admired object in the hearts of many people in China. Countless students want to meet him. While he was there, he talked about his ideals and future. Now, the male god in their eyes has been scolded. How can I bear it? I can't bear it. The people were so excited that they wanted to pick up the pot at home and hit anyone who dared to look down on their Mr. Shen's. Mr. Shen's was also very powerful. He used exquisite words and sharp words to retaliate. As expected, the other side also followed suit and scolded him. You come and go on both sides, you greet my writing and I greet your thoughts, fully demonstrating what it means to be a literary war that does not include any curse words but can force you all over. In the end, in the eyes of Chinese people, this is no longer a matter between authors, but a matter between countries. Otherwise, why would that so-and-so be so bold as to tell lies and slander our Chinese Mr. Shen's with his eyes open? Is he looking down on Mr. Shen's? That is clearly looking down on our country, China. We are just a small country. I really think we can't defeat it. China is too lazy to pay attention to you. If we really fight, your small country is not enough for us. The people are so angry, can the country still sit back and do nothing? This is a good opportunity to gather people's support. As a result, China sent troops and defeated the opponent. The foreign author who cursed Mr. Shen Zi may have felt that he had caused a big disaster and disappeared from sight. In Ji Chang's study, Lu Qingru watched with mixed emotions as Ji Chang's put stacks of manuscripts into a small box, then put a name on the small box that cursed the author Shen's, and finally put the manuscript neatly away. The box was put into the big box. On the big box, there are two words stuck on it, abandoned. Lu Qingru. He had seen the scene where he was scolding himself and doing it quite vigorously, at least 3 or 4 times. And every time the vest of the team that loses is considered to have completed its mission, it is placed in the abandoned together with other vests that have been banned due to various factors, such as the vest that previously wrote the book Black Town, in the box. It is worthy of being taught by the teacher. It's really a full sense of ceremony. At the 10th birthday party of Ji Chang's eldest son, all the countries were unable to conquer each other. They had occupied the territory they should occupy and the status they deserved. Everyone put on a friendly and smiling face and signed an armistice agreement. After these 10 years, China has achieved an unparalleled status in the world. No one dares to underestimate this country that was once huge but then languished for a while. Later generations recorded that this period of history was chaotic, full of blood and wars, but at the same time, it was also an era in which many literati came into being. Countless writers lived in this era and wrote works full of imprints of the times and historical records. The literary craze at that time reached its peak. It is said that people all over the world developed the habit of reading books at that time. Until people of that generation grow old, even if they are illiterate, they still choose to listen to books to pass the time. In short, this is a miraculous era. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 142. Bayabaji Nagasawa Bar. In a certain forum, such a post appeared. Almost immediately, many people poured in. What do you mean? What is there to tease about Ji Chang's? Isn't it clearly written in his history books? Don't get excited upstairs. Didn't you say that you discovered the former residence where Mr. Ji Chang's lived in seclusion? I guess the original poster wanted to do this because of this. Wherever there is a male god, there is me. I am here, I am here. Are your eyes okay? Ji Chang's passed away a long time ago. He is now a great-great-grandfather. I have a problem with the eyes above. Isn't there a photo of Yuki Nagasawa when he was young in the history book? Oh my god, he is so handsome. There were too many handsome guys during the Republic of China. This is truly pure and natural and pollution free. I agree that there were so many handsome guys in the Republic of China. Do you still remember that family photo of the Ji family that was famous for being thieves? There is Ji Chang's father, brother, and his 15-year-old son. Oh my god, these four people are indeed related by blood. They are so handsome. I remember it was in the high school textbook. I saw it at that time. I was so shocked that I almost wished I could travel back to the Republic of China. It's hard to imagine traveling back to the Republic of China. Can that era compare to ours now? Even Ji Chang's probably likes our current life more. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately started talking about it. The person who said that he couldn't think about it when he returned to the Republic of China, how bad he was at learning history at that time. Although mobile phones and computers were still being studied, we already had everything we should have. Okay. Yes, wasn't the Republic of China period very good? Since the truce, China's Republic of China period has been perfect. They have all the modern facilities we should have, such as flush toilets, electric lights, and movies. Although it is definitely not as technologically advanced as today, at that time there is no shortage of entertainment for people in the Republic of China. They dance, ride horses, hunt, swim and play ball. In terms of spiritual entertainment, isn't it said that according to statistics, 80% of the people in the Republic of China would choose to read novels from that time? Even if you are illiterate, you will be very happy to go to the library and hear about it. To be honest, although we are now better in science and technology than the Republic of China, compared to the happiness of the people, it is really not as good as the people during the Republic of China at that time. Everyone seemed to be happy every day, and when compared with other countries, the contrast is very strong. Didn't that foreigner named John choose to stay in China forever after visiting our country? He also wrote a book recording his journey to China. I remember that as soon as this book came out, many foreigners came to work in China during that period, so our country must have been popular in the eyes of foreigners at that time. Isn't it delicious now? Our country's education is famously good, but there are not yet a large number of foreign students eager to study in China. As we were chatting, the topic got sidetracked. How can you say that the Ji family can be so capable, not only handsome, but also doing very well in every career? Ji Chang's father was the largest businessman at the time, and Ji Chang's younger brother later joined the government and worked hard to promote various policies that benefit the people. Were the most vocal officials at that time. Ji Chang's son was even more outstanding than his brother-in-law. He was also an official and popular with the people. Don't just talk about the men of the Ji family upstairs. Isn't Xiao Yuan Huan also very powerful? At that time, she had nothing to do with any of the large or small schools in China. I remember that during the period when Xiao Yuan Huan ran the school, there were not many women working in the Republic of China, and at that time, it was felt that women should not be exposed to the public, and should only stay at home to support their husbands and raise children, not to mention proficient in other languages. Many ladies from rich families don't even know the words. This is simply hell mode. There is also Ji Chang's mother. Although she didn't like to show up in the early days, she gradually began to appear more frequently. She was basically in charge of all the major charities at that time. All in all, the Ji family contributed a lot to China at that time. Until now, there are still descendants of the Ji family working in the government. However, it is a pity that Grandpa Ji Chang's is a low-key man and has gradually stopped showing up since the country stabilized. Now, only his pen name Mr. Shen Ziyi occasionally writes some articles, but compared to before, the output is still much less. After all, he is older. The novels written by Ji Chang's are indeed good-looking, and they are not inferior even in the period when literary giants were blowing out. But I remember that he first wrote novels to supplement the family income. Later, the Ji family was not short of money to spend, and of course, the output does not need to be so large. A group of people were discussing, and the topic soon turned to the issue of which author produced the most during the Republic of China. Mr. Dongliu, the cliff is Mr. Dongliu. My god, Ji Chang's writes 3 books a year, and he wishes he could write 30 books a year, especially when our country doesn't have a conflict with a certain country 1 year. I heard that Mr. Donglia was quite old, but he seemed to have the impulsiveness and spirit of a young man. He scolded him from a distance for a year every time I carried his book. I felt super patriotic. I think it is Mr. Yideng, but don't forget that Mr. Yideng is a travel expert. We are now studying the Republic of China period, and Mr. Yideng's travel notes have been a lot of help. Don't argue anymore. Baisha's books are prolific and good looking. The plot is simply amazing. No wonder the happiness level in the Republic of China was so high. There were many literary thieves in that era, and speech was extremely free. Everyone wore a vest and published articles in newspapers. They didn't panic when they had food in hand. Isn't this just like the novels we pursue now? If we read it every day, if there is a new one coming out, and it is serialized without cheating, that will definitely be a blessing. No matter who produced the most, the writer who contributed the most to China at that time was definitely Ji Chang's. He built roads, opened nursing homes and orphanages, donated cans to frontline soldiers, and spent a lot of money to buy food abroad when there was a food crisis in China. Which of these other authors can compare to him? The words above are too arbitrary. I admit that Ji Chang's made a lot of contributions to history, but this does not mean that he is unique. Let's just talk about China. Ji Chang's was not the only one who contributed to the frontline soldiers at that time. Although Mr. Yuan Wang, he has never been seen, but he was the one who stepped forward to recruit workers for the pharmaceutical factory at that time. I think that the production of this drug must have relied on Mr. Yuan Wang's formula. If it weren't for these drugs, our country would have been able to be famous internationally. Do you have that much initiative? Mr. Yuan Wang is a good person, but if Ji Chang's hadn't invested in opening the pharmaceutical factory at that time, Ji Chang's was the eldest young master of the Ji family at that time. He had no shortage of money and was very patriotic at that time. Who else but Ji Chang's could open this pharmaceutical factory? You don't have to donate things to be patriotic, right? Mr. Yideng wrote so many inspiring articles when the country was plunged into war. It is said that 20% of the soldiers at that time chose to join the army because of Mr. Yideng's articles. This is true great writer. Haha, what does it mean to be a real great writer? Shouldn't a writer be good at writing articles? If you are more capable than articles, why should you do more than these things? Although Mr. Tian Shang has never appeared, his articles are the best in the Republic of China. How many readers stood at the door of the newspaper office early in the morning to urge him to update urgent? It seems that Ji Chang's readers are not like this. Although Tian Shang's articles are good, they are only limited to times. Ji Chang's articles are 100 times better than him. Speak nicely and don't bully me. Isn't he an author from the Republic of China period? What age is it now? The ashes of the people you mentioned have all been buried. What is there to argue about? Even if you are arguing with potion, they don't know. Is this noisy? This is a matter of principle. Do the people upstairs know how to talk? What does it mean to have ashes buried in the ground? These literary giants have all made contributions to our country. If you talk nicely, you will die. That is called death. A group of working party members fought back and forth, and the student party was dying. So am I the only one who thinks that too many articles from that period are not a good thing? I have a lot to carry and there are many test points. Every time I take the test, I feel like I am looking at each other in succession. How come everyone can connect with others and they all look the same? Tiger touches student's eyes. This was actually the case when I was in school. It was quite normal. After all, these writers were all from the same period. They basically appeared in those 30 years later. They may have seen China stabilize. I gradually stopped writing articles. I remember that only Ji Chang's wrote until the end, and I don't know what the other writers were doing. It was a business boom at that time, so he might have gone to sea. Chinese students are okay. After I graduated, I taught Chinese abroad. Let me tell you, foreign students are miserable. There were no fewer writers who came out of their time than our Chinese ones, and none of them were peaceful. Lord, those who were slightly famous were all involved in the international events at that time. They were responsible for all the turmoils, civil strife, and truces. They were also mentioned in history books and textbooks. At least these writers in our country did not participate in national struggles. Most of them are delivering medical supplies and military food. It's true that foreign countries were much stricter than China at that time. I was surprised why their writers were the only ones who liked to cause trouble. All the writers in our country were respected and respected. I've never seen them do anything. Oh, by the way, we've talked about so many buildings. Where's the owner? When they had been talking to themselves for more than 100 floors, the host finally arrived late. Everyone, please stop arguing. Breaking news is that Ji Chang's former residence has been discovered. Everything inside is well preserved, including his diary and a pile of large boxes. I can understand the diary. What do you mean by bringing out the big box? What happened to the box? Let me warn the poster first. Ji Chang's is a hero of the anti-Japanese war, and there are still Ji family members serving as officials. Be careful what you say, and don't make up random things to spread rumors. Why am I spreading rumors? Just watch, this matter will spread all over the world soon. Do you know what is in that big box? They all pretend to be Ji Chang's pen name. After a few seconds of silence, someone replied, "Huh, does Ji Chang's have another pen name?" Actually, I have suspected it for a long time. I think Mr. Yuan Wang is Ji Chang's vest. Otherwise, how could he only write a few medical books, open a pharmaceutical factory in partnership with Ji Chang's, and then disappear? When I checked later, obviously the only shareholder of the pharmaceutical factory at that time was Ji Chang's, who would be so kind as to provide the prescription without even taking any shares at that time. Mr. Yuan Wang's book was selling well, so he must not be short of money. Posted by, don't guess, it's not just Mr. Yuan Wang. Let me tell you the bottom line. During the Republic of China, most of the writers who were very active in that period, whether in China or foreign countries, were Ji Chang's vest. The poster was very proud and waited for everyone to quickly ask him for detailed information. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, not only was there no one to urge me to ask, but I was greeted with a lot of contempt from people. "Owner, are you too bored? Come and cause trouble. Here is red code. Hurry up and block the original owner. You are really idle and have nothing to do. It's a shame that I have been chatting in this thread for so long with such sincerity. He, why don't you just say that all the famous generals in that period were the vests of the same person? This is more reliable than what you said. Do you know how laborious it is to write an article? Ji Chang's has nothing to do. Why do he wear so many vests? Is it fun? Brothers, please stop chatting with the poster. I suspect he is just here to fish. He will definitely take screenshots of our chat records and post them somewhere to show off that we have all been tricked by him. People nowadays have nothing to do when they are full. It's so disgusting. I might as well memorize more books while I have this time." After a while, the post was blocked after everyone reported it. Those who just chatted casually were okay. They should still do what they should do after this incident passed. But the people who just had a true and sincere chat were not okay. They were very angry and felt that the poster completely regarded themselves as fools. At that time, most of the active writers of that era were Ji Chang's. Does he know how long it takes to write a book? There was no keyboard at that time and it was all written by hand. It was very laborious to write. It's ridiculous that such lies can be fabricated. They were so angry that they no longer thought about the idiot poster, and turned on their mobile phones to have some entertainment. But as soon as they clicked on Weibo, the first hot search was Ji Chang's former residence was discovered, suspected of exposing his vest. Ji Chang's really has a vest. Although they had just been fooled, everyone still clicked in with a spirit of gossip, trying to see who Ji Chang's vest was. As a result, the news has not come out yet, and there is only such an ambiguous statement. The comment area has been noisy for a long time, and everyone has begun to guess which writer is Ji Chang's vest. There are also fans of these writers who are upset when they hear that the author they are fans of has become someone else's vest. Guess this and that. And it was quite noisy at the same time, quite lively. Until the next day, people who went to bed early yesterday were stunned as soon as they opened Weibo. Still noisy. Why are you so noisy? Isn't it because you have a vest? Of course, most people understand it very well. Not only young people, but many middle-aged people and even grandparents also participated in the melon eating this time. When almost all the people in China were literate, these writers who wrote beautiful articles were indispensable. The happiest thing for people of the grandfather generation at that time was to own a novel and show it off to their friends. The country of China of the parents' generation has already entering the age of technology, but influenced by their parents, they also like to read novels. This generation of young people is even more powerful. Each of them has established a support club for Mr. XX. Each one of them is as serious as a star chaser. Not only does he study word for word what the husband's words mean and why he wrote it like this, but he also criticizes the comments on the internet. When he sees someone scolding their husband, he immediately goes online. Parents don't interfere either. There is nothing to interfere with. Each of these writers from the Republic of China period had extremely upright views. They loved the country, the party, and loved learning. They also liked to live a self-disciplined life and make progress. A group of them might be able to drive these children to make progress together. But as the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. During the Republic of China, it was said that fans of these writers despised each other and started quarreling with each other whenever something came up. The main reason was over who was the one who wrote the best articles at that time. Now, it has become a fight over who is the person who has contributed the most to China. There are also many fan clubs for foreign writers. People say he is not a foreign writer, but he still swears by it. Why don't you forget it? If he hadn't praised China every day, how could the people of that country like China so much? Now our two countries still have the best diplomatic relations, and Chinese people will be treated the most when they go there. Warmly welcome, isn't this also a contribution? Some older people were not in a hurry and waved their hands slowly when their children couldn't make any noise. Small scenes, what are you doing here? I remember when we were young, we could arrange to meet in real life even if we had an argument over the internet cable. The child was stunned. Dad, you are still at this time, what happened? Did you really meet? Did you even start a fight? Why have I never heard you say that? What's there to say about this kind of thing? Do you want to hear it? Dad, let me tell you. At that time, I took the train for 7 hours, and the person I was quarreling with sat on the train for 8 hours. I was still at the agreed place. After waiting for her for 3 hours, she came over in a hurry. We had agreed not to meet each other and not eat. We were both very hungry, so we went to a restaurant to eat first. After eating, we took out the books and notes we brought and started to debate. Child, you traveled thousands of miles without eating for 10 hours just to debate face to face. The parents were quite confident, otherwise. Let's all fight? That won't work. The writers we both like don't approve of violence, so of course we have to talk peacefully. Child, which one of you won in the end? Will you still keep in touch after that? She won. After that, I was not convinced and insisted on arguing with her for 3 days and 3 nights. Except for eating and sleeping, we argued face to face during the rest of the time. In the end, it was me who gave in first. The child had a look of disgust on his face. You're still surrendering? Why are you so spineless? That's your favorite author. You know what, we got together on the 3rd day. I'm her boyfriend. I won't give in if she doesn't continue dating me. Child. Don't you say that my mother is your first love? Does my mother know about this? The parent looked at him with pity in his eyes and patted his son's head with a smile. Silly boy, that's your mother. Speaking of which, you young people just can't keep calm. Look, just a piece of news. I can make you quarrel like this, but your mother and I will not. We have been quite happy watching you quarreling in the past 2 days. He is indeed my son, and he has the same demeanor as I did back then, but you are not yet an adult, so quarrels are quarrels. Don't fall in love prematurely. Your mother and I only got together when we were 20 years old. The child chuckled, it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Dad, the writer you like is also from the Republic of China. Aren't you afraid that the writer you like is Ji Chang's vest? What am I afraid of? The parent is very stable, the author I like writes at least 10 books a year. Isn't Ji Chang's Shen's? Shen's writes so many books a year, so his vest must be the one that only writes one book a year, or it is said that you only write one book in your life, just like the author you and your mother like, and I, make a cup of tea and watch the melon. Child. He looked at his father, who was quite gloating about his misfortune, wondering very much what kind of education his grandparents had adopted in the past, so that his father, who was almost 40 years old, could still maintain such a bad taste. The parents went to make tea, but the children continued to browse their mobile phones with their heads down. Suddenly a piece of news popped up, and he opened his eyes wide. Dad! Dad! Ji Chang's pen name list is out? Come and take a look. The parent came over in a hurry, holding a teacup. Can you kid, be careful? Isn't it just a list of pen names? What? He uses the word list, does he have a lot of vests? Then, he saw the dense string of names on the screen. And he also found his favorite author among them very accurately. Parent. While I was eating, my house collapsed. He continued to read in shock, and then he was shocked to find that in these lists, the writers he liked, the writers his wife liked, and the writers his son liked were neatly listed on them, and they were also placed side by side in a very ironic way. Together, they seemed to be laughing at the annihilation of their family. Parents. He grabbed the phone and read the list carefully, but he still didn't come back to his senses. Son, are you lying to me? Is this a list of Ji Chang's pen names? This is simply a collection of famous writers from that period. The child also looked confused. I don't know, but this is indeed the list sent by the official media. It blew up. It's definitely a blast. And not only China, but the whole world is in trouble. We all regard these authors as people from our own country. The history books have been written in them for you, and we are very proud that we can have such literary giants. But you told me that these authors are not people from our country at all, but was it written by someone from the Chinese country next door who came to our country wearing a vest? Old houses all over the world are falling apart. How can that be possible? How could so many people be one person? Could Ji Chang's write it? But when I calmed down and thought about it carefully, I found that as long as we have the premise that these people are all the same person, we can still find some clues. For example, these writers have basically never been seen in their lives. They have no photos, no life stories, no interview records, and even no former residence. Their process is basically I show up, I start publishing articles, it becomes a big hit in my area, I don't show up and continue writing articles, I disappear. The time when these foreign vests disappeared happened to be the time when China was determined to be stable and no longer afraid of any foreign forces. As if overnight, these writers disappeared without a trace and never appeared again throughout their lives. For this reason, foreign countries still firmly believe that there is a person who specializes in killing writers, and it is this person who killed these writers. As a result, now, you tell me that they are not dead, but the mission of this pen name has been completed, so it is no longer used. Are you kidding me? Real or fake? We have regarded these writers as our cultural heritage for so long, but in the end they are not from our country at all? Calling it a frying pan is an understatement. How could they all be the same person? Then what does Ji Chang's want to do with so many vests? What's the point? Isn't the pen name Shenzi he published already very famous? If he used the same pen name for these articles, he would definitely be the most popular writer in the world. Why should he spread them out? This is not common sense. I still think I'm dreaming, please pinch me and give it a try, thank you. The comments under this news definitely far exceed the comments on every news in the world. People from other countries even came to comment specifically to ask what happened. And just when everyone was eager to find an answer, the official finally held a press conference to explain the horse falling incident. Because it was a live broadcast, a group of people rushed in and almost overwhelmed the live broadcast room. Fortunately, the official had predicted the situation and specially prepared multiple live broadcast rooms for everyone to go in so that they could watch with peace of mind. Questions came one by one, and officials answered them one by one. Question: These writers are all pen names of Ji Chang's, a writer from the Republic of my country. Is it true? Answer: It is indeed true, because we not only found Mr. Ji Chang's diary in his former residence, but also found a draft of every article he ever wrote. Question: But there are foreign writers here. As we all know, Mr. Ji Chang's does not know foreign languages, and it can even be said that he knows nothing about them. Answer: Yes, we were very confused at first, but after checking the diary and drafts, we found out that these were Mr. Ji Chang's wife and Ms. Jiao Yuanhuan's translator. As we all know, Ms. Jiao Yuanhuan was proficient in foreign languages. At that time, it was so. One thing is that Mr. Ji Chang's wrote an article, Ms. Jiao Yuanhuan translated it into the language of the country, and then the Chang'an Daily brought it to the country to start selling. After a few months, these articles were translated into the Chinese language and re-brought back to China by Chang'an Daily. Everyone watching the live broadcast. No, what is Ji Chang's trying to do? Not only them, reporters also asked why it took so much trouble to do it. Why not just use a pen name? The literati of that period really liked wearing vests, but wasn't that because of the danger of the situation? In order to avoid losing their lives, there were policies and countermeasures in place. When Ji Chang's was in the period and he opened a foreign vest later, it was clear that China had very free speech, and his status in China was very high at that time. Even if he actually pointed at someone's nose and cursed, it would probably be nothing. So why does he want to wear a vest? The official also gave a researched answer. In this regard, based on the diary and the situation at the time, there is a reason. Ji Chang's first public and permanent pen name was Shen Ziyi. Everyone knows that Shen Ziyi was a prominent figure during the Republic of China. We also know that he started writing books because his father failed in business and his family fell into ruin. In fact, the decline of the Ji family at that time was caused by Ji Chang's biological father, Ji Changfu. This is not surprising to everyone. Ji Chang's was adopted. Everyone knows this. But after he had an accident at home, he knelt in front of his biological father's house for 2 days to save his father, but no one was rescued. He had no choice but to start writing an article. This matter has long been exposed clearly. So what does this have to do with Ji Chang's wearing a vest? The official continued, under the circumstances at that time, Ji Changfu was a government official, and he had power. In addition, the country of China had not yet been completely stabilized at that time, so wars were still being fought and internal fighting was still going on. In addition, there is the threat of Ji Changfu. Ji Chang's is worried that the eggs will break sooner or later if they are put in the same basket, so he has the pen name Dongliu. This pen name Ji Chang's is just to find a way out for himself. For example, if Shen Ziyi, his pen name can no longer be used, but he can still use Dongliu. Then it was time to open a pharmaceutical factory. At that time, there were still very few medical professionals in China, and information was underdeveloped at that time, so it was difficult to recruit workers. Ji Chang's wanted to open a pharmaceutical factory, but he couldn't find anyone. What should he do? What? He gave himself the pen name of Mr. Yuan Wang. Although he did not specify his identity, it showed that he was a very experienced doctor. When this pen name became famous, he would use the identity of Mr. Yuan Wang. Go recruit medical workers. People watching the live broadcast. So, Mr. Yuan Wang appears just to recruit workers? The situation in China is almost like this. The situation was chaotic at that time and the people needed guidance, but if there were only one or two or three people's voices, it would not be able to create the effect Ji Chang's wanted. So he used dozens of pen names alone, and usually just write some articles and maintain a pen name, and then stand up when needed. During the Battle of Huanling in history, all the famous writers at that time took an oath together in the newspaper. Everyone knows this, but the 48 who took the oath at the time among famous writers, there are only 3 writers who are not pen names of Mr. Ji Chang's. Everyone was shocked by this cool operation. What does this mean? I thought I was fighting with 45 of my teammates, but there were only 4 real people? The reporter quickly asked, domestic ones need to consider the situation in the early stage and guide the people in the later stage, but what about foreign ones? When Ji Chang's first foreign pen name appeared, he no longer needed to hide his identity. There was an official pause. In this regard, it may be that Mr. Ji Chang's has become accustomed to multiple identities. After all, there was relatively little entertainment at that time. Maybe he later fell in love with this method of opening new pen names everywhere. History has passed, but we also want to highly praise Mr. Ji Chang's lofty spirit of leaving many famous works and spiritual culture abroad without distinguishing between domestic and foreign countries, without charging for fame or fortune. Thank you all. The officials acted in an official tone and dealt with the matter. But once the layer of cloth covering these vests is removed, certain things can be seen through at a glance. Blacktown is still a famous book in a certain country and is used by countless families as a tool to teach their children not to be racially discriminatory. At that time, everyone thought it was written by a black writer. But looking back at history now, a certain country was preparing to go to war with China. As soon as this book came out, the domestic situation took a turn for the worse. Black people began to be unwilling to live a life of discrimination and held various anti-government movements. Later, it directly affected the political struggle. Their own country was already falling into civil war. How could they still have the time? Go and fight against China. As a result, China, which was not very advanced in all aspects at that time, escaped disaster. There was also a certain period of time when China was opening factories. Although many factories were opened, various resources were produced, and China had a large population, there was still a great need for workers. Judging from the situation at that time, then without a large amount of human resources entering China, I am afraid that China's economy will be affected. So one of Ji Chang's vests appeared in a country with a relatively backward economy. In a first-person narrative, he described that he went to China to look for a job. As a result, he not only found a good job, but also married, had children, and bought a house. The story of making a bunch of Chinese friends. In this story, the vest used simple and unpretentious words, wishing to blow the country of China to the sky. So, a large number of people went to China to look for jobs. They got money, and the shortage of human resources in China was also solved. Also, a certain country's affirmative action movement, a certain country's hesitation to ally with China, a certain country's enmity with China. Looking back now, Ji Chang's name is found in every part of the history at that time. Participate. Although it is a vest. He single-handedly sorted out nearly 100 people. Occasionally, these vests would quarrel based on their apparent positions, and the quarrel was very lively. No matter who won in the end, no matter what it looked like under the circumstances, who benefits? From the perspective of future generations, the final winner and beneficiary is definitely China. The Chinese people were dumbfounded by the series of saucy operations. Others write articles to save the country, but Ji Chang's is better off, messing up the whole world by himself. When I studied history later, I also said that China was very lucky and everything went smoothly, and every misfortune turned into good fortune. Whenever something happened that was about to threaten China, the country that threatened China would immediately be overwhelmed and had no time to take care of itself. To govern China. When the country of China was completely stable, these pen names that had helped the country of China overtly or covertly disappeared. They just think that their country is lucky. It turns out that all this good luck is man-made. Ji Changs, who created these miracles, patiently put away these vests that were no longer in use. He did not say anything about what he had done until his death, and it was not discovered until now. While people are moved by his patriotism, they are also a little shocked and confused. How many tentacle monsters can one person write so many articles? No wonder his senior brother Lu Qingru once said that the person he admires most in the world is his junior brother because he can write very well. At that time, everyone thought that Lu Qingru's ability to write was referring to quality. Now think about it, maybe the brother who works side by side with Ji Changs was referring to the update speed of Ji Changs, the tentacle monster. The entire network fell into a trance, and even suspected that they were all dreaming. A whale suddenly sounded. These authors are all Ji Changs, and their influence is not small. Doesn't that mean we have to bear Ji Chang's 100 pen names? Oh my god. Ji Changs opened his eyes again and found that he was sitting in a cave, wearing a Taoist robe, and he could feel the spiritual power flowing in his body. He originally thought this was the world of cultivators, but as soon as he went out, he saw a telegraph pole standing in the distance. A modern practitioner? Fun. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 143. Ji Changs didn't look carefully just now. Now he came back and took a look at the cave. He found that the environment here was really hard to describe. Generally speaking, this cave is very good. Although it is a cave, it is quite high and wide. There is no water or anything, and it is dry and cool. But now it's full of stuff. For example, there are all kinds of bucket noodles, spicy strips, dry noodles, and milk tea. Although he is wearing a monk's robe, he has a mobile phone in his pocket and a computer next to him. Indeed, he is a modern practitioner, quite keeping pace with the times. On the computer screen, group messages were still flashing rapidly one after another. Monkey King, which Taoist friend is overcoming the tribulation? The lightning flashes here in Zikan are very scary. I am the little watermelon spirit who is omnipotent in heaven and on earth. Is it Brother Niu? He seems to be about to pass the tribulation stage. Boss Niu. Boss Niu, it wasn't me, my wife beat me up, and my state fell back again. The frog wants to eat swan meat. It's me, I have successfully overcome the tribulation. Come and give everyone a red envelope to celebrate. When the red envelope came out, a group of people opened it and howled again. Penny. Cheapskate. It's only a dime in total, so don't call me a frog, just call him Tai Gong. The frog wants to eat swan meat. A dime is good. Do you think it is easy for us frogs to make money? We catch mosquitoes with our tongues every day, and only after catching 1,000 mosquitoes can we exchange for $1. Life is difficult. Ji Changs knew from looking at their chat records that these people were just joking. The group name is China Non-Human Alliance, and the group announcement reads, all non-humans are welcome to join the group and contribute to the non-human group. At first glance, it looked like a group used for fun. He looked at his group name again. The repairer is Z. Simple, rough, and rough. Ji Changs didn't understand why a real cultivator would join such a group that was purely for fun. He started looking at his memories. No wonder the original owner joined. It turned out that he thought this group was real. The original owner was an abandoned baby who was picked up by an old cultivator. He found that he had good bones and spiritual roots, so he began to teach him how to practice. He hoped that he would not be able to ascend, so he let the original owner ascend. Speaking of the old cultivator, he was just a temple priest at first, but later he became a monk by accident and lived for more than 500 years. He knew clearly that he was an alien to ordinary people, so he never dared to show his face. Hiding in the deep mountains and old forests later, when the kingdom of China was established, gradually, the deep mountains and old forests no longer meant that human beings were rare. There were villages here, and the old cultivators realized that their time was running out, so they no longer had to cover up or hide. After living for many years, he generously built a Taoist temple at the bottom of the mountain. Everyone in the village knew that the old monk was a Taoist. He didn't like to go down the mountain and only came out when he was buying rice. Although he didn't have a medical license, he was good at treating doctors. Therefore, anyone in the village who had a headache or fever would come to him. Sometimes I give something as a reward, and sometimes I give money directly. This cave was also discovered by an old cultivator. Cultivating here can get twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of the original owner, he was just an abandoned baby who was picked up and made a monk. It was okay at first, but when he grew up and saw the outside world, he was unwilling to continue squatting in the cave without letting anyone find him. Exists. Why do you have to hide yourself if you want to live forever? If others can't live forever, it's because they don't have the ability. If he can live forever, that's because he is superior to others. He did not agree with the old monk's mentality of just concentrating on cultivation, but believed that he was born superior and should rule the entire world. That's right, rule the world. The original owner would naturally not think about the fact that he knew nothing but cultivation, let alone the fact that a bullet from a cannon shot into his heart could make him belch. Cultivators are inherently more powerful than ordinary people. He is so confident. He didn't dare when the old cultivator was there, for fear that the master would suppress him, but when the old cultivator died, he immediately took the savings left by the old cultivator to him and eagerly prepared his own plan. I first bought a mobile phone and played games happily for 3 months. After playing the game enough and knowing some modern things, I bought another computer, registered a chat account, and started trying to find similar allies. The original owner has been learning either Taoism or Kung Fu since he was a child, and has not had much contact with the outside world. This is not because the old cultivator does not want to teach him, but it is because the old cultivator has the mentality of people 500 years ago, and has no understanding of today's technology. The product is not interested at all, and they don't think there is anything to teach them. Anyway, they just need to practice hard. It is easy to be distracted by these foreign objects. Therefore, the original owner had a desire to be a villain, but his brain and vision could not keep up. He has also figured out that with his own cultivation level, it is really difficult for him to dominate the world. Let alone world domination, just talking about China, people can be suppressed before they leave the province. Since you can't fight alone, find a partner. So, when he was wandering around the forum one time, he saw this advertisement recruiting group members. Advertisements are almost the same as group announcements. Most people would know at a glance that this was for fun, but the original owner couldn't tell. He really thought it was a non-human communication group, so he joined in excitedly. He still had some brains, knowing that he could not figure out whether he had just met an enemy or a friend, so he dived to observe first. As a result of such observation, the original owner was heartbroken to find that these goblin cultivators, who were not ordinary humans like him, had no ambition at all. Nothing. They have abilities that surpass ordinary people. What they want is not to stand in a high position and have a higher status to have others serve them, but to live a mediocre life like ordinary people, even. They still need to find a job. Like that frog who actually used mosquitoes in exchange for money. The original owner couldn't believe that his future allies were actually such a bunch of things. But this group should have included all non-humans in China. No matter how much he disliked it, he still tolerated it, patiently planned to get along with them, cultivate feelings, and then drag them together after the feelings were cultivated. To carry out the great cause of global domination. The original owner had a very good idea. After he planned to integrate the whole world, he planned to open a harem of 30,000 people, Ji Changs, can he hold it, and then he would be crowned and ascended to the throne, returning to the ancient imperial system. And because of his immortality, he will continue to do it for a long time. After reading it, Ji Chang's expression looked like this, equals. Yes, the original owner is such a naive and ambitious Chuyunibu. In fact, it is quite normal for him to be in the second grade at this age. However, he does have the matching ability. After that, the original owner began to implement his plan. He first attracted the group friends, and when the group friends began to complain about the unsmooth cultivation, he transformed himself from an old monk. Tell others what you have learned, and then confidently wait for the other person to appreciate you. If the group friends are really non-human, maybe this trick will work. But he is not a group friend, he is just doing it for fun. For example, one of the high school students in the group is nicknamed Big Black Bear in the group, and his identity is Black Bear Spirit. One day he said, "I don't know why I'm losing hair all over my body, and my cultivation has stagnated. Is there anything you can do?" The original owner saw it and saw that this was a good opportunity to recruit a younger brother. He immediately went to look for the book left by the old monk. After searching for most of the night, he finally found a way. He replied to the group of friends and said, "You are suffering from overnutrition. You must have absorbed too much spiritual energy recently. Stop practicing first and shave your whole body. Hair, when the hair starts to grow, just soak in the hot springs next time and practice." At that time, more than 2,000 group messages had been posted. The high school student needed to go to bed early and didn't see it at all. When he woke up the next day, he found someone who was too lazy to scroll up and continued to chat happily. But what about looking at it from the perspective of the original owner? After he discovered the problem of the black bear spirit, he spent most of the night searching through ancient books, and found a way to help the black bear spirit solve the problem with great difficulty. However, the black bear spirit actually ignored him at all and was still laughing and joking with others in the group. The original owner almost died of anger. "I have good intentions to help you, but this is how you treat me? Or are you saying that because you maintain your identity as a goblin, you look down on me, a human monk?" Yes, although I don't know why there are still 6 or 7 goblins alive today that the master said were extinct 3,000 years ago, the original owner still remembers the words taught by the old monk. Goblins practice faster than humans, and once they become goblins, their lifespan is longer than that of humans. They don't have to work hard to gain immortality like humans, and their attack power is even more powerful than humans. Therefore, after discovering that he was the only human monk in this group, the original owner felt inferior. The more inferior a person is, the more sensitive they are and the more they think. Coupled with the information asymmetry, one regards the water group as a way to relax, while the other regards the group as a gathering point for serious non-human beings. Therefore, in the eyes of the original owner, this black bear spirit looks down on himself. He would retaliate, endured it, and continued to pretend to be a snake. After the other party told him the city where he was, he lied that he was also in that city, and then agreed to it when the high school student laughed and said, "We are gay." Then he bought a ticket to go to the city where the high school student was, and then killed him with one blow. High school students are also wronged. He was tired of studying and wanted to find something fun to relax his mind. He joined such a bragging group and bragged every day to relax himself. Who knew he would meet such a psychopath like the original owner? I originally thought it was a happy meeting with netizens, and I even spared some of my homework time to give it to the original owner. As a result, before they met and introduced each other, they were beaten violently. The original owner also hoped to convince the other party and then accept him as his younger brother. After all, there were only a few goblins in the whole country of China. Killing each one would be one less, in his opinion, so he did not kill him. As for the original owner, he waited for a long time before the opponent turned into a prototype and surrendered to him. He simply took a photo of the opponent with a bruised nose and face and sent it to the group. When the whole group was confused, he said that this was the end of looking down on him. Don't think that humans the monk can't defeat the goblin. He clearly remembers the city where everyone in the group is. If they surrender, we will be a family from now on. If they are not convinced, he will come one by one to convince them. The group of friends were confused at first, but when they heard the original owner say this as a monk, they immediately thought that this was an internet picture they had found from somewhere, and they were so confused that they wanted to do something fun like this. Everyone ha 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 ha. After praising and playing, next time they will do the same thing in person, they will continue to talk about their own things. The original owner, who thought they would all be frightened to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy. A high school student who was beaten so hard that his nose and face were bruised and his friends thought he was joking. The original owner's brain circuit turned to "they really still look down on me," and he went home angrily, preparing to concentrate on training. When his cultivation level was high, he would not let go of any of these jokes on him, and sooner or later he would be in trouble. He wants to get it back. Later, while he was practicing, the high school student was finally rescued and told that he was beaten up by a crazy netizen. The police traced the original owner based on surveillance. Although the original owner has a high level of cultivation, he doesn't know anything. He can fight one person at a time, but not a dozen at a time. He firmly believed that this was a black bear spirit who had taken refuge with ordinary humans, and actually wanted to use ordinary humans to catch him. He hated him even more when he was a high school student. After that, he was just arrested at the police station. Something happened in the sky, and huge meteorites fell one after another. All over the world, some exploded and disappeared in mid-air, while others fell to the center of cities with great impact. While everything was in chaos, the world quietly changed. The spiritual power brought by the explosion of the meteorite changed the earth. The spiritual power was revived and cultivation was no longer as difficult as before. The animals that were originally just ordinary animals began to absorb the spiritual power instinctively, becoming larger and more wild. At that time, the whole world suffered heavy losses due to meteorites falling into cities, and they did not have the energy or extra ability to pay attention to these. By the time they discovered something was wrong, it was too late. Animals are running rampant in the city, undersea creatures have begun to surface and attack fishing boats, and birds in the sky have begun to attack aircraft. Taking advantage of this chaos and the recovery of spiritual power, the original owner succeeded in escaping from prison, because now everything was in chaos, and his monk ability really allowed him to gather a group of people to become kings on their own. As a result, the government also, without bothering to care about him, he let the mutated animal take the gourd first. Logically speaking, apart from that unlucky high school student, the original owner had no one to harm. Although the original owner held a grudge, but everything turned into chaos afterwards, he had no time to hurt the high school student's family. It was necessary to make amends, but there was no need to call Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's read it carefully again and finally figured it out. Every planet will undergo major changes in a given era, but changes do not mean that the civilization will be cleansed. Generally, the laws of time will leave a glimmer of hope for this era. As long as we seize the opportunity, not only will the great mutation not wipe out the entire civilization, but it will also rise to a higher level. The original owner is the glimmer of life left by time. His mission should have been to help mankind overcome difficulties and let the great mutation pass safely. However, He is really not this material. He only wants to dominate the world, open a harem, and become the master of the entire earth. If it had been his master, maybe this would have happened. But if it were him, his own death would not count, and all mankind would miss the last chance to save it. Then this is a big mistake. So Ji Chang's, the professional scapegoat, came. Ji Chang's was quite suspicious. The system saw that he never went on vacation, so it specially found such a relaxing and simple world for him. That's no problem. System, prompt the host, the timeline is after the original owner has finished beating the person. Ji Chang's, no, it's just because I beaten someone, so it's easy, didn't you get it? The system said no more. Ji Chang's began to feel deeply the cultivation level achieved by the original master. Sure enough, he has a good foundation. He spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, but his cultivation level is actually quite high. The original owner didn't know how to fight, and he didn't have any moves to use. He just had nothing but cultivation. But it doesn't matter, Ji Chang's can fight. He can memorize a whole warehouse of moves, which is definitely enough. He closed his eyes and began to practice, thinking in his mind what banner would be better for him this time. Just as he was thinking about it, messy but light footsteps came from down the mountain. It seems the police are here. The police are indeed going up the mountain. The case this time was quite simple. When netizens met, the victim said that the other person was crazy. He beat him up before even saying hello, and left after the beating. After checking the monitoring and chat records, Ji Chang's was directly identified. The villagers at the foot of the mountain also said that a young Taoist priest lived here. He was adopted by an old Taoist priest. After the old Taoist priest passed away, he had been living on the mountain and never came down. He did go out some time ago. His appearance and clothing description matched those described by the victim. Because the other party may have violent tendencies, they have dispatched more than a dozen police officers this time, so they are absolutely foolproof. Seeing that he was about to walk to the mountain gym under the leadership of the villagers, in the distance, the door over there opened. A young man wearing Taoist robes, wearing Taoist shoes, and with his hair in a bun walked straight towards them. When he approached the police officer standing in front, he found that this man was actually quite good looking, with a fair face and handsome figure. Slender, and judging from his appearance, he must be 20 years old at most. Not only were they good looking, but their gazes were also quite open. When they arrived, they said directly, "Are you here to arrest me?" The leading police officer was amused. "You know we are here to arrest you. I'm the only one on this mountain. If you didn't come up here just to catch me, how could you still be catching birds?" Ji Chang's looked at them calmly and asked, "What did I do? You have to send so many people to catch me. This is strange." He obviously looked like he had expected them to come to arrest him, but in the end he didn't know what was going on. Several police officers standing in front looked at each other. One of them took out a photo of the high school student who was beaten by the original perpetrator and placed it in front of Ji Chang's. "Do you know this person?" After saying that, they saw the calmness in the eyes of the young Taoist priest in front of them suddenly change. He stared at the photo in disbelief for a while, and then asked with a look of resentment and gritted teeth, Did he confess me?" 4. What is this word? Aren't they the victims and the perpetrators? The experienced police officer had already noticed something was wrong. He did not directly say that they were here because Ji Chang's had beaten him, but deliberately followed Ji Chang's words. "You live in this deep mountain and old forest. Where else can we know you except from him?" When he asked this question, what he was actually thinking in his heart was that maybe Ji Chang's and the high school student were in a partnership, and the two of them did something else together. Otherwise, why would Ji Chang's ask this question? After he finished speaking, Ji Chang's expression became even more angry as he expected. His flawless white jade face was full of anger and hatred. "I knew you were a traitor, a coward, and a coward who can't even abide by the rules." After speaking angrily, he asked the police officer, "Where did you keep him? I can go with you, but I have to be locked up with him." Seeing Ji Chang so angry, the police officer felt heart-wrenching curiosity in his heart. What on earth did the two of them do together? How could they be so angry after being betrayed? Could it be those sensitive cases that will be locked up if you speak out? He grabbed his colleague who was about to speak and continued to follow Ji Chang's words, calmly and seductively. "Why do you want to be locked up with him? Do you want to beat him again?" The young Taoist priest in front of him had a cold expression on his face. "He has violated the regulations, and I will kill him with my own hands." My mother. This one still has a Shari'an tendency. The threat level needs to be raised. He was afraid that something would happen if he waited any longer, so he motioned for people to handcuff Ji Chang's, but Ji Chang stood there quietly and allowed them to handcuff his hands. I don't know why, but he looked a little confused. After finishing his Ka-0, he raised his eyes and asked the police officer standing in front of him, "You all know who I am and you are using something like this to torture me." The police officer misunderstood him very well. I thought he was saying, "There is someone behind me. I have an identity, but you dare to torture me." I immediately smiled and said, "No matter what your identity is, if you commit a crime, you will be handcuffed." Ji Chang's continued to look confused. I went to the police station and sat there, asking him to confess the facts of his crime. Ji Chang's just kept silent. He always said the same thing, "Call the Black Bear Spirit, otherwise I won't cooperate." The police knew that Black Bear Spirit was the victim's group name. Ji Chang's refused to cooperate, and his previous remarks made it sound like he had done some shameful things with the high school student. After discussing it, they still went to the high school. Born. After hearing what the police said, he was still sitting on the hospital bed. Because a tooth had been knocked out and his face was swollen, he could only pity the high school student who was eating porridge. He was going crazy. What? I'm not familiar with him at all. We were just friends. We rarely exchanged words before. Then he said he and I were from the same city, so I joked that we could meet. Who? After knowing that he really agreed, it was like what you saw. As soon as we met, he beat me like crazy. You can see that I can't move my hands. Until now, I can't even touch my phone, I can only look at it. Television. His parents were also very angry and distressed. Our son is just a child who is still in school. He is so busy just doing homework and going to class every day. He doesn't even have time to spend the pocket money we give him. What can he do? What he does is not up to us, parents and teachers. Under his nose, even if he wanted to go out to meet this netizen this time, he only went after reporting to me. Seeing that they were agitated, the police officer could only reassure them, "Don't worry, it's just that Ji Chang's insisted on seeing your son, so we came to ask how he could meet him if they were just ordinary friends." Just hit someone. You have to ask him about this. Anyway, I'm really not familiar with him. If I had known that he was so crazy, I wouldn't have seen him at all. After all, high school students don't know what the problem is. The police picked up his mobile phone, opened the group, and began to check the chat records between Ji Chang's and him bit by bit. But to ordinary people, these records were just something for fun, and nothing could be seen at all. Until the group is opened. I searched for Ji Chang's news and found the photos he took that day after beating someone and the words he said. After reading those words, the policeman said. They found the photo and showed it to the high school student. "Look, did he take this on the day you were beaten?" The high school student never had a chance to touch his cell phone, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the embarrassing picture of himself. This person actually took a picture of what I looked like at that time. He is still not a human being. He will not take these pictures again. Have the photos been posted everywhere? The police showed him what Ji Chang said in the group at that time. High school student. When did I look down on him? And what do you mean I look down on him as a human being? Aren't I also a human being? Does he really think I'm some kind of bear spirit? The policeman holding the mobile phone said seriously, maybe he really thinks you are. High school student. Police, if he is so sincere, it doesn't look like he is fake. Moreover, the rules of your group do not say that you must disguise your identity in front of normal humans. You are not allowed to reveal your identity without authorization or betray the identity of your group members. Violators will be killed. Pardon. That was written as a joke. We are all human beings, so why are we pretending? Everyone knows it was a joke. The group rules were set up by the group leader and us when the group was first established. Yes, you know it was a joke. Maybe Ji Chang's took it seriously. He was very calm after seeing us, but when he found out that we got his information from you, he became angry and kept saying that you were a traitor and betrayed him. Is it possible that he thinks that everyone in the group is true, and he also thinks that you exposed his identity as a monk to the police? The policeman made a reasonable analysis. Ji Chang's has lived in a Taoist gym since he was a child and has never gone to school. Maybe his cognition is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. He may have a mental problem. So he really beats you because he thinks you look down on his human identity. When he was arrested by the police, he didn't feel that he was arrested because he hit you, but that you betrayed him and told his truth. The identity of a monk, and he still thinks that you were also caught in prison, as a black bear spirit. High school student. Isn't this just the lunacy shown in the TV series or something? Is he mentally ill? We're not sure about this yet. We'll have to find a doctor to check and find out that he is making trouble to see you now. The reason may be the same as what I just said. He feels that you have betrayed him. High school students feel that their 3 views have been completely washed away. Is he wronged? Isn't he just too tired from studying and joining a group to brag and relax? Isn't everyone just making it up? There are things like overcoming tribulations, catching mosquitoes, and there is also a guy named Lao Niu in the group. He says he is a vegetarian every day, but he still shows off some pictures of fried chicken burgers. Why did the guy named Ji Chang's take him seriously? Moreover, he was so unlucky that Silly met Ji Chang's and was beaten up. Now he is better. If the other party is really mentally ill, it seems that beating someone with mental illness does not require a sentence, and this guy doesn't even have any relatives. A person living on the top of a mountain will definitely not even be able to get compensation. After thinking about it, the high school student stood up and said, "Why am I so unlucky?" His parents sighed, understanding. "Forget it, if this is really mental illness, just deal with it, and our family won't pay any compensation. You don't listen when I tell you to study hard. You have to run out to meet netizens before you finish your homework. You also say that you are a man and it's okay. Look, you are crazy." The high school student was so aggrieved that he stopped talking. The investigation of this matter has almost come to an end now. Ji Chang's has been considered to be a psychopath. As for the high school student who was beaten, we have checked it up and down. It is true that he is ordinary and cannot be more ordinary. He has not committed any crime. Things. In this way, the matter will be easily handled. It's just that Ji Chang's is still like that. No matter what he asks, he refuses to answer. He keeps saying the same thing, "Let the black bear spirit come to see me." When the news reached the high school student, he felt a sense of revenge in his heart. I want to see him. Didn't Ji Chang's firmly believe that he was the black bear spirit, and he was the one who betrayed him? And it sounds like he's still angry. He must go back for revenge. The high school student thought about it and finally thought of a good way to take revenge and go back. He wanted to meet Ji Chang's face to face and tell this lunatic that he betrayed the other party on purpose, and not only that, he betrayed Ji Chang's, and others still didn't know his identity as the Black Bear Spirit. Since Ji Chang's firmly believes in this, he will definitely vomit blood in anger. Ha 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 ha. The meeting was arranged very smoothly. The high school student, with a bruised nose and swollen face, limped hard and walked in and sat down. When he saw Ji Chang sitting there quietly wearing a handkerchief and prison uniform, his teeth immediately started to itch with hatred. "Don't you want to see me? I'm here, come and beat me, come on." Ji Chang's looked at him with a complicated expression. "Are you sure you want me to hit you?" The high school student said proudly, "Don't be ridiculous, you are wearing a handgun, how can you hit me?" "Ji Chang's, your cultivation level is so bad. You can't even defeat such a small hand. Oh my god, this guy is really into the show, and he's also very good at it." The high school student almost burst out laughing. He was suppressing his laughter and felt uncomfortable, and stretched out his only intact leg with difficulty. "Come on, you have cultivation, you have high cultivation, if you have high cultivation, you can take your hand away and hit me, ha 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 ha, ha." His arrogant and proud laughter gradually became stiff after seeing Ji Chang's hand break open with a slight exertion. Ji Chang's took the broken hand Ka-0 in his hand. With an expressionless face, in front of the high school students, he twisted the manganese steel hand into a twist. "Black Bear Spirit, you are dead." High school student. "Mom. There is a monster. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 144. For a moment, the high school student who had just provoked and laughed at Ji Chang's even thought he was dreaming. "That's a Ka-0 hand. The material of the hand Ka-0 is difficult to break, not to mention that Ji Chang's is twisting it like a twist." Seeing the psycho in front of him finish twisting his hands and walking towards him, he was so frightened that his legs weakened and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ji Chang's face was quite calm, but his tone showed a little anger. "Come. Become a prototype, let's have a fight, don't you have hair removal? If you lose, I will shave all the hair on your body." I. High school students are scared to death. His mind was so turbulent that he didn't even realize the meaning of Ji Chang's words for a moment. He could only stammer, "I don't have any hair." The man in Taoist robes in front of him smiled contemptuously, with the words "You take me for a fool" written on his face. "Who are you kidding? You black bears have thick sperm and no hair? Hurry up, ordinary people know our identities anyway. Now, you don't have to worry about it, it will become a prototype soon." This sentence made the high school student think that he was watching a cartoon for a moment. But people with photo stickers in cartoons don't twist their hands at all times. He could only lean back with weak legs, his mind was in a mess. While leaning back, he looked at Ji Chang's who was approaching him like a god. Finally, at the critical moment of life and death, he relied on his inflexible brain to stabilize the situation. Brother, calm down, don't you want me to be your little brother? I will be your little brother. I will be you now." As soon as these words came out, the expression on Ji Chang's face suddenly stopped being serious. He sat back quietly, then quickly started to twist his hands, and asked the high school student, "Are you willing to give in?" "I accept it. I accept it." Seeing that his life was saved, the high school student breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his head, stood up with weak legs, and tremblingly asked, "Brother, do you really have cultivation?" "What are you talking about? You are also a goblin after all. Can't you tell whether I have any cultivation or not?" Ji Chang said this very righteously. He also pulled out members of the group to look down on the high school students. "You said, speaking of you, you are a black bear spirit after all. Why are you so vain in your cultivation? You can't even resist beatings, and you are so cowardly. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many fairies in China, I wouldn't have accepted you as my little brother if you had come to my door for free. The high school student Cheng Gong was led astray by Ji Chang's words. He looked at the hand that was twisting around as easily as ramen noodles in Ji Chang's hand. No, no, it was hot dry noodles. Although it was being twisted around, it was very strong. A horrifying thought came to my mind. Since the monk Ji Chang's is real, those frogs, cows, and monkeys in that group can't all be real. Did he accidentally bump into a group of real non-human beings? And he thought it was all just a joke, and he had been chatting with everyone there for several months without being discovered? Ji Chang's had already fixed the Ka-0 on his hand, and after reluctantly putting it on his hand again, he saw that the high school student still looked so dumbfounded, frowning, and showing disgust on his face. Although you black bears are a bit stupid, but since you have become a sperm, can you improve your IQ and have more contact with humans? Don't act like you only steal honey to eat. Be smarter. Otherwise, how can you protect me with me? Earth. High school student, we still want to protect the Earth. Ji Chang's nodded seriously, patted the table and motioned for him to sit down. The high school student trembled, swallowed, carefully sat down next to the table, and gave Ji Chang's a dry and flattering smile. Boss, those goblins in our group are also your little brothers. Not yet, but I will slowly subdue them. He frowned and said after the high school student sat down, now that you have become my subordinate, I can tell you some things, especially the goblins in the group. You must pay attention to them. They are very dangerous now. Even though he still couldn't keep up with the rhythm, when he heard the word danger at this moment, the high school student cheered up instantly. He now fully believes in Ji Chang's identity. He has to believe it. Anyone who twists a hand made of manganese steel into a twist with bare hands in front of him will believe that the other person is not a human being. In addition, Ji Chang swore that the people who were playing tricks in the group were also goblins. The high school student had no suspicion at all and just thought that he was the only one in the group who accidentally joined the group. Could it be that those monsters are going berserk? Ji Chang's, look at each of them. They don't practice for more than an hour every day. If they have the skills, they will just go to the water. Even if they are given experience, they will not practice. How lazy are they? They are not afraid of this dangerous attitude towards life. During the tribulation, he was struck to death by lightning due to lack of preparation. I thought the person in front of me was going to say something terrible, but instead I heard a high school student complaining about what will they do if they don't make progress. He sat stiffly, watching Ji Chang's in front of him with a serious face, harshly criticizing the high school students for their undisciplined, unmotivated attitude towards life that only wanted to eat and die every day. They are still goblins after all. It's okay to think about eating and drinking all day long. It's okay to maintain their identity and not talk to me much. If they don't protect the environment and the earth, it's okay to just watch TV dramas and play games every day. But how can they survive the thunder tribulation? If you want to survive a tribulation in a busy city, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning and getting retribution? And that frog, it only knows how to catch mosquitoes every day, can't it do something else? There is so much garbage under the water, it would be great for it to clean up the ocean garbage. The high salary is convenient for its status, and it can also protect the earth. The last time I gave him serious advice, he actually told me that he was a freshwater frog and had become a monster. What kind of distinction is there between freshwater and saltwater? Do frogs have to eat mosquitoes? You are a black bear spirit, and I haven't seen you either. Eat honey, don't you think so? High school student. He actually really likes drinking honey water, and it's because of this that he gave himself the identity of a black bear spirit. But seeing that the cultivator who could twist off hands with his bare hands was still looking at him, he could only squeeze out a dry smile and nodded crazily, that's right. Well, it seems that your three views are similar to mine, which is good. High school student. The way to recruit a younger brother is to beat him violently. Does he dare to have different views? Ji Chang's continued, the main reason why you can become my little brother is your identity as a fairy. In fact, I don't think much of you. Although you are the most dedicated and serious in cultivation, your cultivation is still too low, and your cultivation is used to improve yourself and improve your cultivation. How can you complain about everything and complain every day that you are not practicing well? Who are you cultivating for? Can your cultivation be stolen by others? Improve your cultivation, otherwise you will fail to survive the thunder tribulation and be knocked back to your original shape, and you will suffer the hardship yourself. Listening to the harsh tone of the person in front of him, the high school student thought for a moment that he was facing his head teacher. Especially the last sentence, isn't it what the head teacher often said? Do you think I am willing to take care of you? Who are you studying from? You are learning this for yourselves. Whatever you learn is your own. If you don't study hard now, you won't be able to go to college in the future, and you won't be able to compare with others when you enter society. If you endure hardships, you will endure them yourself. Even the format is the same. The high school student was trembling, fearing that Ji Chang's would lose control and beat him up as he spoke. He burst into tears in his heart. How could that be cultivation? His parents controlled the time he spent playing with his mobile phone. He was either in class or studying every day, so every time he went to class to study, he would tell the group that he was practicing cultivation. To complain about cultivation is to complain about learning. For example, the questions were too difficult, the teacher assigned too many homeworks, and I stayed up late last night writing papers. After a busy day, I had to review tomorrow's questions even when I was taking a bath. This is what he really did. But that was what he thought in his heart, and the high school student didn't dare to refute it. In Ji Chang's heart, he is a monster and he can beat him up. If he lets the other party know that he is actually a human being and has mixed up with non-humans to pretend to be a monster, Ji Chang's won't chari and silence him. The high school student was trembling with fear when Ji Chang suddenly reached out and held his hand with a look of disgust. Look at your ugly appearance with a bruised nose and swollen face. Isn't it very troublesome to heal your wounds by yourself? Forget it, since I am the boss, I will help you heal your wounds. Before he could explode with fright, a warm current flowed into his body from the hands held by the two of them. Then he found that the painful places on his body no longer hurt. He had to tilt his head when sitting just now. It will be very uncomfortable and I can sit up straight. At this moment, even though he had already believed in Ji Chang's identity as a cultivator, the high school student was still shocked. This is... Ji Chang's looked at him in confusion. You don't know about healing? Are you still a goblin? I just thought you were reluctant to use this little spiritual power for healing. The man in Taoist robes looked at the high school student with suspicion in his eyes. You really don't know how to heal, right? High school student. Yes. Why not? I'm a black bear. How could I not heal my wounds? I just can't let go of spiritual power. As you know, it's too difficult for me to practice, so I can't let it go. The suspicious look in Ji Chang's eyes gradually faded away, and he nodded reluctantly. You are also a gifted elf after all. You should pay more or less attention to your own cultivation progress, learn more advanced experience, abandon those feudal ideas in the past, and go among the masses, communicate with people in the group, enrich your thoughts, and expand your connections. Especially in terms of pretending to be a good person, you need to learn more from Lao Niu. Look at him, in order to pretend to be a Che-Ng person every day, he even eats human food for every meal. This spirit is worth learning. Learn more, you know. The high school student nodded dryly. Yes, I will definitely study more in the future. OMG. It turns out that the old cow eats human food just to pretend to be human. No wonder Lao Niu says he wants to eat grass every day, but in fact he eats hamburgers, cola, chicken wings, and fried chicken legs. He wanted to slap himself hard at this moment. What on earth were you thinking, that you could sneak into such a group of monsters for months without noticing anything was wrong? Ji Chang saw that the expressions of the high school students had changed from confused to suspicious of life to accepting reality. He felt that it was almost done, so he said, "Okay, the barrier I have set up can no longer hold. Today, speaking of which, tell me, how did you tell the humans? Why didn't they arrest you even though they knew you were a goblin? Can you come in so openly?" High school student, just wait for me to make it up. No, no, just wait for me to think about it. He swallowed hard, activated his brain, which was thinking at such a high speed even during the exam, and finally came up with it. "Boss, actually I didn't betray you. It's clearly stated in our group rules that you can't reveal your identity. I was beaten by you and came to the police station with a bruised face and a bruised face. They arrested you because you beat me, not because of our identities." He was stammering and making up what he said, and he was very nervous. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him actually believed it. He nodded and said in agreement, "No wonder they didn't study you. Let me tell you, you must be careful in front of humans. My master said that you fairies almost died because humans were hunting them down. After all, I am also a human being. I won't be skinned and cramped. The same can't be said for you, especially you, but they all like to eat bear paws." The high school student answered subconsciously, "Bears are protected animals, so they shouldn't be eaten." As he spoke, after seeing Ji Chang's displeased look, his voice became softer unknowingly, "You can eat it. Boss, you also care about me. I know that I will hide myself well and never give it to us. Goblins cause trouble. What are we, monsters? It's you monsters. I'm a serious person. Yes, yes, we goblins, we goblins." Ji Chang's nodded with satisfaction. "You go first. When I go out, I will take you to find the goblins in the group. Recently, I have speculated that the era of great purges is coming, and we must prepare early." The word great purge is not a good word at first sight. The high school student's heart suddenly changed, and he couldn't even think about the fact that he had to meet other goblins. He quickly asked, "Boss, what does the Great Purge era mean?" This time, Ji Chang's didn't look at him with an expression that said, "You don't even know this, you're such a piece of trash." He only explained solemnly, "Usually it's a natural disaster, and civilization will be wiped out. For example, you know the dinosaurs, right? They became extinct during the Great Purge." The high school student stammered, We are going to become extinct. It's not certain yet. Let's see what happens. If it's really the kind of thing that we can't stop, it means the life is gone. But we can't sit still and wait for death. Otherwise, I won't join the group. I'm alone. My power may be limited, and with the addition of you fairies, you will be more or less stronger than me alone. Let's see how we deal with it when the time comes," he said, nodding encouragingly to the high school students. "Don't worry, if there is a flood from the sky like the last time, you will become a prototype and you will live longer than a human being." Saying this makes me even more uneasy. He is not a monster at all, he is just a human being. But no matter how confused and anxious he was, it was useless. Otherwise, if he admitted that he was a human being, Ji Chang's would think that he was deliberately deceiving and got angry and directly clicked him. Then he would die before there was a big purge. The high school student could only nod in a daze, and then watched Ji Chang's wave his hand. Only then did he notice that something transparent and rippled around him disappeared instantly. It seems that this is the barrier Ji Chang's mentioned. No wonder he broke his hands with his bare hands and the police didn't come. He swallowed hard and went out in a daze. Outside, his parents had been waiting anxiously. They were stunned when their son came out with no injuries and recovered as before. What's going on? Why did the injury on your face disappear so quickly? The arms are fine, the legs are not lame anymore, this. The high school student stood confused for several seconds before suddenly grabbing his parents' hands. Mom and Dad, withdraw the lawsuit, we withdraw the lawsuit. This is not a lunatic at all, this is a true practitioner. In the China Non-Human Alliance, the black bear spirit that had not appeared for a while suddenly appeared. Long time no see everyone, the era of great cleansing of the earth is coming, and humans and fairies will most likely perish by then. Have you figured out how to deal with it? The group friends who were having fun in the group all laughed when they saw this sentence. In the era of great cleansing of the earth, it is still perishing. You can really make it up. This black bear spirit really knows how to play. Now that the jokes have been thrown out, how could they not pick them up? Boss Niu, clean it when you clean it anyway. I just need to have a full meal before I die. I have already spotted it. There is a shop on a certain treasure. The grass is delicious, tender and delicious, and the price is very special. It's so cheap. I want to stock up on 2 big boxes and eat it all the time at home until I die. The frog wants to eat swan meat. I have no choice. I just want to eat a bite of swan meat during the era of great purges. Monkey King, hey, what's the point? Life is neither joyful nor death is painful anyway. You will die sooner or later. Isn't it all death if you die early or later? I am a little butterfly. I don't care. My lifespan is short, and I will die when I die. There will be so many people dying with me when the time comes. It's really romantic to think about it. Big Black Bear. In reality, the high school student carefully moved his eyes from the mobile phone to Ji Chang's, who had an ugly face, and smiled to please. Boss, don't be angry, isn't the Buddhist life popular now? Maybe they are following the Buddhist route. These goblins, I knew I shouldn't count on them. Ji Chang's had a look of hatred on his face. He looked like he wanted to get into his cell phone and beat up all these people, the goblins from 3,000 years ago. Even if the dynasty was about to perish, they would rush forward one after another to try to save it. It's true that one generation is worse than the other. Look at them now, looking at them waiting to die. I'm so angry that I have a headache. Seeing this, the high school student hurriedly took the opportunity to say, how about forget it, boss, let's not go to them. They don't look like they will help. It's probably useless if we go there. Don't go, don't go. If the people in this group were all monsters, there might be some connection between the monsters. What if Ji Chang's is a human and cannot tell that he is not a monster, but the monsters in the group do? After all, it is the difference between humans and monsters. If he is not from my race, a human like Ji Chang's could beat him up. If the monsters knew that he had sneaked in, he was actually not a monster at all. The high school student was so frightened by his imagination that he hurriedly gave Ji Chang's advice, boss, look at them, there are 4 goblins. Although you are mighty and brave, it is impossible to defeat 4 of them. If they can win, why not let them join our ball protection alliance? No. Ji Chang sternly refused and criticized the high school students. You give up halfway when you encounter a little difficulty. How can you be so unmotivated? Do you also want to wait until the era of great purges and then sit back and die? Can you be a little motivated and survive? Motivation, if you are like these guys in the group, I might as well send you to death now, lest you stay by my side and spread negative emotions to me. High school student. He was trembling. If you don't let me stay with you and be your little brother, won't it still not affect you? No, either die or become my little brother, your choice. High school student. Why do you always have to ask him this kind of question that seems to be a multiple choice question but actually only has one choice? He is just a kid who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. In the end, he gave in. The two began fishing together for law enforcement. The main thing is that high school students say in the group that they are traveling to various cities, and then propose to meet their group friends when they arrive in the city. They were all big men, they were near their homes, and there was no pressure to meet them, so all the friends happily accepted. After deceiving people, Ji Chang's appeared. The group member who said he was a monkey spirit was actually a teacher. Before his butt was hot, he witnessed Ji Chang's, who was sitting in front of him, twisting a steel pipe into a steel ball. Then he held him with one hand and the high school student with the other, and flew at low altitude to the suburban wilderness. When he stood on the stable land, he was completely frightened. Ji Chang's, okay, there is no one here. Let's fight quickly. Black Bear, you go talk to the monkey. The high school student who looked like a black bear spirit but was actually just a weak student stepped forward tremblingly, fearing that the monkey spirit in front of him would find out that he was a human and slap him to death. As he was talking, he noticed that the monkey spirit was a little stunned, and looked at Ji Chang's with fear in his eyes. He didn't realize that he was actually a human being at all. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and his cautious tone gradually became normal. Anyway, that's it, brother monkey, I think you should think about it carefully. The eldest brother has a bad temper. Last time I didn't agree to be his little brother, so he beat me up so hard that the photos were posted in the group. But after you became his little brother, he was actually pretty good. Look at the injuries on my face, he healed them. Although we goblins live a long time, if we can die naturally, we will die naturally. What's wrong with dying in a daze during the Great Purges? Why don't you agree to it, brother? Let's think of something together. In the group there are 5 fairies in total, and with the addition of my eldest brother, this matter may be able to be turned around. The elementary school teacher, who seemed to be a monkey spirit but was actually an ordinary person, looked confused. What does it mean? Isn't this group a joke? Why, all of a sudden, the monk Ze is really a flying monk, and the big black bear is really a black bear spirit. And from what big black bear means, why do everyone else in the group think it's true? The high school students believed it because Ji Chang's showed his hand, and the monkey spirit only believed it because Ji Chang's took them flying and the high school students' words were accurate. This statement is so true, it doesn't look like a joke or a variety show at all, it's flying, it's really flying. If a high school student knew what he was thinking, he would definitely complain about it. Can you not tell the truth? He just thought it was all true. However, today's high school students don't know anything yet, and they are still staring at the monkey spirit with vigilance and fear in their hearts, worried that this monkey will discover his human identity and slap him to death. The primary school teacher's brain almost crashed before he could reverse the current situation. Therefore, the goblins in the group are really all goblins. The era of Great Purge mentioned before is really a great purge, and all mankind is really about to perish. And he, this innocent human being who accidentally joined the group, was considered a goblin after being orally high for several months without knowing it. Now this monk goblin came to him and asked him to participate in the plan to save all mankind. After thinking clearly, he was silent for a while. Isn't this really a movie? This plot is too nonsense. If he is a real goblin, he will definitely join, but the problem is, he is only a human being. Living native humans. If you get mixed up with a group of goblins, they will have different minds if they are not from my race. What if you get chewed, and eaten? By the way, bears used to attack people. His legs were trembling when he thought that the man standing next to him, who looked about 16 or 17 years old and about the same age as a high school student, was actually a big black bear. With his legs weak and his whole body stiff, he carefully asked the high school student, "I want to ask, what do you think of ordinary people? Is it possible that an ordinary person joins our group and is always regarded as a goblin?" This is the right person to ask. The real human and fake goblin high school student instantly stiffened and his mind went blank. All he could think about was, he knows, he knows, he knows. No, that's not right. If he found out about his human identity, he would take action directly. Why would he ask? Oh. Understand, it must be that he didn't notice anything unusual about himself, he was just a little suspicious. Thinking of this, the high school student burst out with a strong desire to survive. He straightened his back and made himself more confident. How is it possible? We are a regular group of non-human beings. The only human being is my eldest brother. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, we bears hate humans the most. You know, humans like to eat bear paws, and they have harmed many of my compatriots. Don't tell me that there are ordinary people in the group, it makes my paws hurt. Is that okay? In this way, this monkey spirit will not doubt his identity. The high school students were trembling with fear, but the elementary school teachers were almost sweating all over their foreheads. So, this bear still hates humans. If he knew that he was actually a human being, would he slap himself to death? No, you can't tell the truth. Goblins are not human and have no feelings. And since they had always thought he was a serious goblin and had been chatting for so many months, what if he told the truth and the monk goblin thought he was playing tricks? After thinking about it, the elementary school teacher finally made the difficult decision of, since they don't see it, I'll pretend to be a goblin first. He smiled dryly. No, I hate humans too. You know, humans like to eat monkey brains. They dig their heads. Oh, I won't say it anymore. My brain hurts when I mention it. The topic was changed, and the high school student breathed a sigh of relief and felt a pain in his heart. It's over, this monkey spirit actually hates humans. He must be careful not to reveal his secret, otherwise what will happen if this guy digs out his head? The primary school teacher over there was also careful not to reveal any clues. Otherwise, this black bear spirit would cut off his hand if he knew he was a human being. Both of them had their own thoughts, but Ji Chang's almost didn't laugh out loud when he saw them testing each other. However, he had always been able to control his facial expressions, so he did. Waiting for the high school student to come and report that Monkey King voluntarily joined, actually not very voluntarily, but he heard that he would die if he didn't join, so he agreed. Ji Chang's nodded, then go on to find Lao Niu bar. The same routine got the same effect on Lao Niu. After seeing Ji Chang's power, he almost knelt down and shouted to God. Yes, Lao Niu is a foreigner. It's just that he has lived in China for many years and is very proficient in Chinese. He is also under a lot of work pressure, so he joined such a group to try to have fun and relax. I never expected that this group of people would actually be real. Mom, there really are monsters in China. Finally, a black bear spirit said that he hated humans eating bear paws, and a monkey spirit said that he hated humans eating monkeys. This poor guy had all three views ruined, and even began to wonder if he had learned all aspects of culture when he came to China. That's not all. Foreigners who have missed the fact that there are fairies in China can only bite the bullet and join them with a dry smile, trying to make their facial expressions confident. Yes, I hate people too. They eat beef. Cows do so much work every day and still have to be eaten. People are so cruel. Wow, oh, let's put it this way, it's unlikely that his identity will be discovered and he will die immediately on the spot. Naturally, he didn't notice the bitter look on the faces of the other two goblins after hearing that he also hated humans. It doesn't matter how old you are, it just works. They soon found the last man. That's the frog who wants to eat the swan's flesh. The last person is the worst. Because the people in front only faced 1, 2, 3, and 4 pressures, but for the last person, the whole group of people came to him, and everyone said that they hated human beings. Comrade Frog almost died of fright. He never expected that he would join a group to have some fun, but in the end he was the only ordinary person in the group, and all the rest of what he said every day were true. Fortunately, he still thought that everyone was having fun bragging and having fun together every day. It turned out that the truth was that they were telling the truth every time, and he was the only ordinary person who didn't know anything and could still blend in and chat well. Is this good luck or bad luck for him? A group of goblins gathered together, all of them were full of shit in their hearts, but they still maintained a harmonious smile on their faces. Ji Chang sat aside and watched them chatting decently. Monkey Spirit said, "Recently, the hair on my body is also a bit dull and yellow. I am very careful when sleeping every night." The Black Bear Spirit also hurriedly said, "No, I'm losing a lot of hair." The Butterfly said tremblingly, I also shed my hair. No, I don't have any hair, I mean I shed powder. There is powder on my wings, but it keeps falling off. Isn't it normal for butterflies to shed powder?" Such an idea flashed through the hearts of everyone present, but no one dared to say it out. Maybe Butterfly Spirit doesn't actually lose fans? If he said it, wouldn't he be admitting that he was not a goblin in disguise? So, the current situation has become like this. Everyone is talking nonsense in order not to be discovered as human beings, but because they are unclear about the current situation, no one dares to question what others say, and what they say is also trembling for fear of being found to be wrong. It's like playing a game in the dark. No one knows who is who. Everyone thinks that the few sitting across from them are evil monsters. But they still want to prove their identity as monsters, so they can only talk nonsense. Talking nonsense and trying to make it very logical. Everyone feels that they are very lucky to be able to get away with such nonsense. In fact, it's just because there is no correct answer at all, so everyone will think it's normal to say whatever they say, and they will quickly write it down and nod wildly to express their approval. Ji Chang sat aside and drank tea slowly, watching them use their own perseverance to talk passionately about non-existent things and discuss them in a decent manner. He put down the teacup, took out a few registration forms from the bag he carried with him, and handed them to several people. "Since you all agreed, let's fill out the onboarding form, and then we'll discuss how to get through this purge." Several goblins were chatting and laughing, but they were so bitter that they shed tears naturally. The first line of text reads, "Please write the name of your race in the box." With smiles on their faces and tingling in their hearts, everyone picked up their pens, trembling hands, and nervously wrote monkey/cow/butterfly/frog/black bear in the box. And wait until which race do you hate the most and why? This question. Of course the most annoying thing is humans. Ha 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 ha, I don't like getting along with humans the most, except for you, boss, of course. I am also a human being, so you are too, ha 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 ha. A group of real humans burst into tears and wrote on paper the most disgusting human beings. At this moment, what they were thinking directly overlapped. Why should I join this group? The most important thing is that I actually found out after chatting for several months that I was the only ordinary person in this group. Only. Have. I. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 145. After signing the life and death certificate, no, it was an envelope of information sheets, and then we started talking about business. A group of people sat there tremblingly, looking at Ji Chang's, who obviously had the highest force value, to listen to him. No one dared to resist. After all, they all thought that they were the only alien among them. They could only try their best to hold on to the vest of being a goblin and be careful not to reveal any clues. Seeing that they all looked like I am a super goblin, Ji Chang's coughed dryly and knocked on the table. "Since you can become spirits, you must have lived for more than 300 years. In this case, I also want to hear your opinions. What kind of disaster will happen during the Great Purge? The oldest one only lived to be 27 years old. There are really no older people in this group, they must be young. If they weren't still childlike and naive, would they join such a group to play? Seeing this, Ji Chang simply looked at the foreigner who called himself Niu Yao. Brother Niu, you founded this group, and you look older. Why don't you tell me? The foreigner was trembling with fear, trying hard to steady his voice and not letting his trembling voice be exposed. I think it might be a zombie. Ji Chang's looked at the others again. Other people. The high school student gritted his teeth and said, it could be a natural disaster, a flood from the sky or something like that. There are only so many reasons for the end of the world, and others don't want to wait for the end, so they rush to compete one by one and get confused at random. Let there be an earthquake. The whole world will be shaken. Lack of oxygen. Mutant. These people basically used the plot in the movie to describe it. The monk in front of them didn't understand it. Instead, he listened very seriously and nodded while taking out a small notebook. Each person was given a notebook and a pen. He started to write down the first two words. When he looked up, he found a group of people looking at him with confused faces. Ji Chang's then knocked on the table. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Take notes. Oh. The fake goblins didn't dare to ask why they were taking notes, so they all hurriedly lowered their heads and wrote them down. While I was writing this down, I felt relieved in my heart. I was glad that these goblins and the monk didn't like watching movies, so they didn't even notice it. Ji Chang said that he wanted to train them, so the training lasted all afternoon. The fake goblins all fell asleep after listening to it, but Ji Chang's was still talking very enthusiastically. That's all for now. The main thing is to make up for the loss before the sheep are lost, and implement the various small details we have summarized together. One by one, don't just think about eating, drinking, and having fun every day. You must make progress and practice. To improve your cultivation, even though your spiritual energy is a bit lacking, don't dislike it. Be grateful that at least there is spiritual energy on this planet, especially you frog. Can you be more careful? You have become a monster. Why are you catching mosquitoes? What's the price? Also, don't be in a place with people when you are going through the thunder tribulation. What if you injure others? Can you bear the sin? Frog. He just talked a lot that day. Who the hell has traveled so far to escape the tribulation? But with the shell of a goblin on his back, what else can he do? He could only nod miserably. I'm sorry, boss, I don't dare to do it anymore. I will definitely stay away from you next time I go through the tribulation. He felt bitter in his heart, but the eyes of others looking at him were full of confusion. My mother, if you think about it this way, it turns out that there were fairies in the thunderstorm that day. The goblins have almost finished their training. Ji Chang's announced that the meeting was adjourned. However, in the group, we must continue to maintain this state of motivation and motivation. We can no longer be like before, one by one who is not interested in 4 or 6 and is not motivated, and either plays games or plays games every day. Forget it and still play black. To improve your cultivation. To train your mind and body. You must improve your condition to the best before the era of great purges comes. Before this, these people never knew that non-human beings also needed to learn, but now they all know it. Everyone looked happy and said goodbye. Goodbye, brother Niu. Next time I will bring you fresh grass from near my house. It is very delicious. Frog, besides eating mosquitoes, do you also eat flies? I'll bring you some next time. Mosquitoes, flies. The fake frog wanted to vomit when he thought about it, but no matter how much tears filled his heart, he still nodded with a very interested look on his face. Of course I like it, but why can I trouble you? There are many around my house, no need to need not. This may be a characteristic of Chinese people. Even when greeting goblins, most of the words revolve around eating and drinking. Others didn't know what goblins were like. After discovering this topic, they thought it was a unique way of getting along with goblins, so they all actively asked about food and drink. The first person to ask this question saw that he had received such an enthusiastic response for a question he asked casually just to show off his fear. He also began to wonder if this was the correct way to get along with goblins, and hurriedly racked his brains to think. Let's start with what the races of the people present like to eat. They were chatting enthusiastically when Ji Chang's appeared like a class teacher and said seriously with a straight face, "You can't meditate and practice. The chat is quite lively. Let's break up quickly. The era of great purges is coming. Can you have a sense of urgency? I really don't know how you became so lazy in the first place. Needless to say, I can guess that it must have taken at least 300 years for you to be so lazy. The oldest innocent human being present is only 27 years old. Yes, yes, I am 300 years old. What a coincidence, I am also 300 years old. Me too." None of them dared to say more or less, for fear of exposing themselves. What if there is some character they don't know about? For example, the fur and skin on the body will not fade even if it is not yet 300 years old. If it is more than 300 years old, strange things will appear on the body. Anyway, it must be true according to what this monk Zi said. Haven't you seen other true fairies who have been here for 300 years? It was God's blessing that the other goblins didn't realize anything was wrong with them, and everyone said goodbye to each other in a friendly manner. In order to show that I didn't feel guilty at all, even if my heart was boiling with anxiety, my face still showed a calm step by step, my breathing was even, and I walked slowly. It wasn't until I was sitting in the car going home that my suppressed breathing began to become anxious, and my heart could finally beat like a thump without any worries. No, no, this is terrible. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it for a lifetime. If Ji Chang's needs to do it by himself next time, he will surely die miserably when others cast spells and he claps his hands. It's better to call the police. If anything happens, just call the police. As soon as I took out my phone, calmed down and planned to call the police, the group message popped up. "Monk, don't be lazy, I may be able to figure out whether you are lazy." Humans disguised as fairies. If you can figure out laziness, can you figure out how to call the police? Think again about what Ji Chang showed before. The iron rod turned into an iron ball, carrying people and flying away. It smashed the table with one hand and slapped the water surface, just like releasing hundreds of pills. At this moment, the high school student got scared and quickly said that he would definitely practice hard and not be lazy. He also asked the boss in the group to please the boss, "Have you not discovered the hand you broke at the police station? Shiu's eyes is okay, didn't I pinch it back?" No one noticed. Other people. He could break the hands of the police station and squeeze them back. He said this lightly, as if he was pinching plasticine instead of Ka-Zero. Suddenly, no one dared to act rashly anymore. They even doubted that Ji Chang's could see what they were doing through a mirror, just like in the TV series, so they could only cautiously start trying to meditate. Seeing that everyone in the group looked like "I love to practice, practice to love me," Ji Chang said again, "Don't just meditate, you should also cultivate your state of mind. I have a set of cultivation methods here. Go and see for yourselves." "What's there?" If you don't understand the question, just ask it in the group and I'll answer it. Everyone was a little trembling after seeing what Ji Chang said, thinking that a book would appear out of thin air right next to them. The cover was yellow and the content was in traditional Chinese characters. After waiting for several seconds, a group file appeared in the group. Practice 10. Everyone. They convinced themselves quickly. Yes, this is normal. After all, this is modern society. Fairies and monks are happy in groups. Of course, they use group files when teaching cultivation methods. When I clicked on the group file, I saw that it was not only spoken in plain English, but also had pictures. It really kept pace with the times. This cultivation method must be used by goblins, and they don't dare to use it. Just when they were about to say that they would practice after reading it and then stop reading, Ji Chang's came again and urged him to start practicing quickly. I will supervise you. A group of people. What else can I do? Just practice. They began to practice cautiously, while Ji Chang's over there sat on the ground and began to calculate. Although he knows the approximate fate of the original owner, he still has to figure out where to intercept the meteorite best. Fortunately, Ji Chang's was very skilled and it didn't take long to figure out a better interception position. China is such a big country, so of course it is impossible for meteorites to fall in just one place. Those that are relatively small and cannot cause harm, and those that fall in the wild and cannot hit anyone, do not need to be taken care of. Large ones that happen to fall in cities or residential buildings must be taken care of. Ji Chang's current status as a monk does not mean that he can clone himself, so he needs help from these group of friends. After guessing the position, he began to draw the talisman with great concentration, stroke by stroke with great care. After you finish the painting, take a look at it yourself. Perfect. The goblins began to receive regular training from Ji Chang's demons. It's not bad to practice the mental method. Anyway, it's meditating. After all, it's still sitting. But what the hell is it to start various sports exercises through video connection? Burpees, jumping jacks, treadmill for an hour, dumbbell barbell sit UPS, push UPS and planks. These fake goblins have different identities in reality, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they don't usually exercise and are in a purely sub-healthy state. It's better now, everyone has been trained to death. This is not yet a voluntary exercise. If it is voluntary, or if there is no supervision, you can take a rest when you are tired, or you can be lazy. But it was Ji Chang's who was watching personally. He said, if anyone dares to be lazy or fails to do it, he will follow the rules of the goblins and transform into a prototype and be beaten. For a real goblin, if you get beaten, you get beaten, no matter what, the wound will be healed in one go. But the people in the group are all human beings. Not to mention being beaten, no one can do just transforming into a human form. And all the other goblins in the group hate humans. Poaching brains and cutting off hands to pollute the environment is all about deep hatred. If these goblins find out that they are actually human beings, this is simply a case of death if you don't exercise. So the group of people all gritted their teeth and held on. No matter how much their legs trembled when they squatted, they could hold on. No matter how tired they felt when running, they could hold on. They were sweating profusely as if they had just been fished out of the water. Ji Chang's was listening to the song on the screen, holding milk tea, sipping and supervising leisurely. It didn't take long. Under his tailor-made exercise goals, these people were able to get rid of their sub-healthy state. When you are healthy, you have to work. The non-humans gathered together again. Ji Chang's gave them the charms he drew one by one, and then told them the address. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you will come to this location. When you see danger, immediately raise the charm in that direction. Do you understand? The fake fairies were trembling. Should we go alone? How about forming a team so that we can look after each other? No one dared to ask whether it would require some cultivation to use this spell. They could only hope to recruit a real fairy to form a team with them. If they needed cultivation, they would let their teammates join. We don't have enough manpower, so we have to work alone. However, Ji Chang's rejected their proposal and said ruthlessly, if you don't handle this matter for me, you will be beaten back to your original shape by me. Everyone. When leaving, they almost always looked back every step of the way, feeling that their death was imminent. Don't listen to Ji Chang's words. He will keep an eye on them. In the afternoon of the next day, Ji Chang sat on the rooftop of a certain building early and waited. He looked down and saw that this area was the most prosperous area in the city. This time period happened to be the time when there were the most people. People were coming from everywhere. People go. He just sat in this peaceful place and meditated with his eyes closed. A group video was opened on the phone, and all the miserable humans pretending to be goblins arrived at their destination. "Boss, we are all here, please check if the address is correct." Ji Chang's opened his eyes and looked at the phone carefully for a while before nodding with satisfaction. "Very good, just stand here. Remember, throw the charm at the first sign of danger." Everyone in the group was silent for a while. The high school students were still cautious and asked nervously, "Boss, then, do we need to use our cultivation? I feel like I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a little weak today." Ji Chang's looked confident. "Of course you have to use your cultivation. Remember, stay calm and throw in the direction of danger. According to my calculation, the danger is falling from the sky. If it really looks like the zombies or aliens you are talking about, you become the prototype and kill them." A group of people who have no prototype or cultivation at all. They all opened their mouths, they couldn't pretend anymore when they were about to die. "Boss, actually I'm not." Ji Chang suddenly frowned and raised his head with a serious expression. "Here we come. Get ready." "Coming, what is coming?" Everyone subconsciously raised their eyes to look at the sky, only to see a huge black shadow in the sky pressing towards the direction where they were standing. It's really huge. Looking from bottom to top, it's as big as a building. While they were stunned, Ji Chang's ordered over the video, "Throw the spell quickly." Throw what?" None of them reacted, but when they saw the huge black shadow trying to press down, they instinctively threw up the talisman in their hands before their bodies even moved. A warm current flowed out of the body, flew into the sky along with the spell, and stuck to the huge meteorite. The talisman held it and slowly descended. Because of the slow speed, people nearby also reacted and began to scream and run away. Soon, the street was cleared enough for the meteorite to fall. Just in time, stuck in the street. It was the same scene elsewhere. The spell slowed down the falling speed of the meteorite and gave people time to escape. But at the same time, several fake goblins present felt a power that had never appeared in their bodies. They all subconsciously stretched out their hands in the direction of the meteorite. The meteorite seemed to be falling slowly, but the pressure was all on their hands. The warm current in their bodies took most of the responsibility for them, but at this moment, they were unable to get off the tiger. They could only stretch out their arms towards the meteorite and control it to slowly descend. This scene is very shocking. In front of the huge meteorite, stood a man wearing ordinary clothes, with his right hand stretched out and his index and middle fingers together, as if directing the meteorite to slowly fall. As soon as the meteorite fell to the ground, several people felt that their bodies were hollowed out. They sat down on the ground and began to sweat profusely and breathe heavily. Naturally, they didn't know that they had used up the spiritual power they had cultivated in the past few days in one go and needed time to slow down. Now their brains are completely blank and they can't think of anything. Their hands and feet are weak, let alone standing up. Can't even move. After gasping for breath for a while, he still couldn't hold on, his vision went dark and he fainted to the ground. Ji Chang's side is not as embarrassing as them. The largest meteorite was the last to arrive. During its rapid descent, someone had already discovered it. They looked at the black sky and exclaimed. Everyone ran away, but the meteorite was so big that there was no way they could escape. They screamed in despair, mothers held their children, couples held each other's hands, and the elderly were carried on their children's backs. But it's no use, it's too big. Just as he was despairing, the shadow that grew larger as it descended suddenly stopped. At first, everyone didn't react, and they were still screaming and running for their lives in the crowded crowd, but someone looked up and noticed the strange stop of the meteorite in the sky, and shouted it has stopped. Someone looked up. People have a herd mentality. They found that the people next to them no longer ran away but looked up. Others subconsciously looked up as well. Under the blue sky, the invisible meteorite was hovering in mid-air, and next to it was a young man wearing a monk's robe and with his hair in a bun. He had a sword under his feet and his hands were wide open. From the angle below, the meteorite was surrounded by pieces of talisman paper, constantly circling around the meteorite. It can be seen that this huge meteorite, which can kill countless lives, was blocked by this man in Taoist robes and those talismans. After staying like this for about a minute, the man suddenly changed his gestures, and the talismans quickly returned to him, forming the shape of a long sword. He pointed his hand forward, and the long sword flew out. It was obviously made of fragile-looking talisman paper, but it passed through the entire meteorite sharply. Boom! A huge sound sounded over the people, and they screamed subconsciously, covering their ears, closing their eyes and squatting down. But after squatting for a few seconds, nothing happened. They felt something like snow on their bodies. People stood up and looked up at the sky, only to find that the huge meteorite had disappeared. What replaced it was slowly falling debris. It's powder, not dust. The air is still fresh. I don't know if it's their imagination, but it seems to be much fresher than before. In the sky without the huge meteorite, the young man wearing a Taoist robe standing on the flying sword became even more conspicuous. But he only stayed for a few seconds before turning and leaving. The speed of the flying sword was still very fast, and soon his figure disappeared from the horizon. Except for Sui Mo, who was still slowly falling, everything around him remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. But everyone knows that it is different. Everyone knows that meteorites are dangerous. After all, they are falling at high speed, and even a small meteorite can emit something like a shockwave when it hits the ground. Not to mention this huge meteorite, which is beyond people's imagination. And before people could react, the news channels and the internet exploded. There is not only one meteorite, but today, meteorites are encountered all over the world. Big or small, it either caused heavy damage to the area where it landed, or caused only very little damage. But among all the countries in the world, only China has not suffered any losses. According to later estimates, the largest of these meteorites hit China. If nothing unexpected happened, it could destroy most of the city. But when the meteorite was about to hit the city, a man wearing a monk's robe and a flying sword appeared out of thin air, as in novels and legends, and shattered the meteorite, which could destroy almost half of the city. Whether it was human photography, satellite surveillance, or nearby surveillance, this scene was captured clearly. There are actually immortal cultivators in China. The whole world was shocked. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 146. The entire network has completely exploded. This incident is watched by the whole world, and now not only Chinese people, but also foreigners have begun to circulate such a video rapidly. Under the huge meteorite, a young man wearing an Oriental Taoist robe seemed to be flying in the sky, and then made some gesture, and the talismans turned into a sword, and rushed straight into the meteorite, directly piercing it completely through. It was obviously just penetrating, but when the sword made of talisman paper came out, it began to scatter into talismans and stick to the huge meteorite. The meteorite exploded with a bang, but it did not explode into various small rocks, but turned into powder, which slowly and gently fell into the crowd. Is this real? God, who is this person and why can he still fly? This is a video from China. I have a friend from China who told me that this video is real. He was even at the scene and witnessed the scene with his own eyes. He also told me that the flying man in the video, the clothes he wears are Chinese Taoist robes. In Chinese legends, there are people called immortal cultivators who gain strength through practice. They can fly with swords, move mountains and seas, extend their lifespan, and keep their appearance forever, just like, it's like this in the video. God, am I dreaming? I have several other videos here, which were taken during the same time period when other cities in China encountered meteorite crises. Someone uploaded a few more videos. The protagonist of the video this time is not Ji Chang's, but several of his group friends. Because it was a surveillance shoot, the picture was a bit clearer than before. I saw the same huge meteorite falling. A man stood under the meteorite. Facing such a large meteorite, he was already calm, being scared to death. He stared at it for a while and then suddenly stretched out his hand. The talisman flew towards the meteorite, very defying gravity, and stuck to the bottom of the meteorite. After that, they showed a very strenuous look on their faces, but they still did not flinch. Instead, they kept holding out their hands. The hands were too heavy to put them down until they put the meteorite down, and slowly and carefully lowered their arms. As their arms were lowered, the meteorite also descended a little bit, and finally landed smoothly on the ground. As soon as the meteorite hit the ground, the person in the video seemed to be very tired. He covered his chest and began to gasp for air. Then he sat down on the ground, and then fell back, as if he had fainted. Time fast-forwarded to rows of soldiers wearing Chinese military uniforms arriving, as well as medical staff, who put people on stretchers and carried them away. Several other videos have similar content to this video. Different meteorites on different streets, different people turned the tide, and then they were all taken away by the same military and medical staff. Everyone who saw this video is still in shock. Can a meteorite be stopped with a piece of paper? That's not paper, that's a Chinese charm. Are these people together with the person who flew in the sky before? Is there really some kind of mysterious organization in this world? No one usually knows, and they wait until there is danger to come forward. Has the Chinese government known for a long time that there are real immortal cultivators in their country? Otherwise, why would the Chinese soldiers come so quickly? Since there are immortal cultivators in China, don't we have any in our country? Why do I feel that one of them does not look like a Chinese? Looking at his appearance, he is obviously Caucasian. I'm really curious. I've already bought a ticket to China. I'm going to China to get confirmation. Some foreigners who saw this comment rushed to buy air tickets, but they were still a step too late. Air tickets to China have long been sold out. When the whole world is shocked by China, China itself is also shocked. My mom, is it real or fake? Really a cultivator? There are actually immortal cultivators. Did the country know about it before? Is it like there is a dragon group in the novel? No, 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 my heart is still beating wildly. Aren't we always living in a scientific world? Why did it suddenly become fantasy all of a sudden? It seems that they are an organization, and they all use the same spells. I still feel that this is something that the country has prepared a long time ago. In order to avoid the crowd making trouble, it is not exposed. It only happens when it encounters such things that cannot be solved by human power. Let them take action. Our country, China, is too powerful. Let me show you the reaction of the foreign websites I moved to this matter. They are now buying air tickets everywhere to come to China. China is mighty. The country is mighty. The internet was quick to praise the country in a flurry of excitement. And there is a reasonable analysis. These people must be from the country. Otherwise, why would the army and medical staff come not long after the people fell? It seems that those people are exhausted. The country must have been prepared for it. To be honest, I still feel like I'm in a dream. How come just one day has passed and we have suddenly entered the fantasy era? It's too strong, flying with a sword. Can we also go to practice immortality? Do we still need to look at the bones or something? There must be a reason why the country has been hiding it before, and I think it is unlikely that everyone can cultivate immortality. If it is really possible, we can just practice together. Why should the country hide it? This matter has already shocked the whole world. I believe the country will give us a satisfactory explanation, just wait and see. I have never looked forward to the country's press conference as much as I do at this moment. Come on and explain. I also want to become an immortal. Looking forward to +1. Looking forward to +2. Looking forward to adding 10086. Just when the internet began to expect the country to give an explanation, the country that actually did not know what the situation was. Now the internet has made a well-founded analysis of when these people have taken action before. A certain cruise ship sank, and the country quickly salvaged it. It was a deep sea, so cultivators must have been dispatched. As a country, that's because we have advanced technology and a salvage system. Another time, when a flood came, the country was still able to resist it quickly. It must have been a cultivator who took action. The country is because we gather the strength of the whole country, okay. Looking at their analysis, how could the soldiers and medical staff arrive so quickly if they weren't together? What a bad memory you have. Isn't there a military base nearby? Isn't it a characteristic of our Chinese soldiers to rush over quickly when receiving an urgent mission? But no matter what, now that the whole world has suffered a disaster, only the country of China is not in trouble. The people of the entire country of China are the most excited and urgent, and also the most eager for the country to admit it. After thinking about it, they decided to don't come out and throw cold water on this. Anyway, let's settle the few people we brought back first and then ask them questions. The power of the country is strong. These people all carry mobile phones with them. Once the mobile phones are obtained, they will be inspected by professional investigators. Everyone's information from childhood to adulthood is completely written in the data. A group of big guys frowned and looked at the information for a while. No matter how you looked at it, these people looked like ordinary humans. But the breaking point came quickly. It's the same non-human group. The chat records in the group were found, and the professionals were serious and did not dare to slack off at all. They were almost studying word for word. Soon, they found out the clues. Although these people usually look like normal humans, they are actually fairies behind their backs. For some unknown reasons, they look like foreigners forming a group of bull monsters, and other fairies are joining the group one after another. The content discussed in the group is also relatively daily, such as the grass today does not taste good, it is too troublesome not to practice, or complaining that the weather is bad and the air is not good and you cannot swim happily with the prototype, and it is not easy to make money after hard work. Mosquitoes only make a little money from trivial things. Xiu Shiais is considered to be the most diligent among them and the one who cares most about cultivation. He often provides answers when the goblins in the group encounter problems. However, these goblins may be loose in nature. Others answer well-intentioned answers, but they don't take it seriously. It can be seen from historical records it was obvious that Xiushis was becoming increasingly impatient with the goblins in the group. Soon, he made an appointment with the black bear spirit and beat him up. He also took pictures and posted them in the group to warn the other goblins. But these goblins were also heartless and they all laughed and didn't take it to heart at all. Note, this may be because the goblin's physique can recover quickly even after being beaten, because the black bear spirit's injuries healed at an incredible speed after that. While the group was still laughing and joking, the black bear spirit might have taken refuge in Monkzi, and the black bear spirit came forward to make appointments with other fairies. After all the fairies had made appointments, they also held an offline gathering. According to the chat records, the reason for their gathering was the Earth. A great purge era is about to usher in. I don't know what happened offline, but all the goblins in the group worshipped the monk Ze as their boss, and only followed his lead. After that, this group of unorganized non-human beings was like a chicken. They practiced their mental skills, exercised their bodies, and took various courses on cultivating positive thoughts every day. Researcher. They watched these non-human beings make plans, preparations, and time planning. Then Chiuzi, who was the most skilled and the best at deduction, deduced the location of the meteorite in advance the day before it fell. After assigning tasks, the goblins began to take action. After reading it, everyone felt quite relaxed. At first, they found out that the people who were brought back were actually goblins. They were a little worried that they couldn't communicate or that the other person had a tendency to hurt others. But looking at the group messages, it turned out that although these goblins hate humans because of their race, they are still very kind in nature. Otherwise, there is no reason, fake goblins, to intercept the meteorite and save so many people. Generally speaking, they are very kind to humans. They look more like modern loser youths than big goblins who have been cultivating for 300 years. When talking about humans, they are worried that they will be sliced up if they are discovered. Research. For this reason, even the group rules prohibit revealing the identity. The country has researched it from top to bottom, although it still doesn't understand why these goblins can integrate into human society so naturally, and they all have parents or siblings, and according to the data, they are all biological. But the goblin, since he can intercept meteorites, he must have other abilities. Maybe he used some method to forge his identity. However, although these identities are all flawless, they still have something in common. That is, all of these people are single. Because they are fairies and there are racial differences, they will naturally not find humans to fall in love with. If these fainting people were to know, they would definitely collapse. Of course he is single. If he were not single, who would have the free time to join such a boring group? However, they were not awake yet and could not stop the researchers from quickly writing reports and analyses and submitting them to the top. So when they woke up, they were told in confusion that the country already knew your identity as fairies. Don't be afraid. The country won't study you. We will accept you very kindly. Even if you are fairies, aren't you still from the Chinese country? Goblin. We are all one family. Fake fairies. Because they were placed alone and there was no real goblin around, they boldly began to reveal their identities. I am human. I'm really human. They are the goblins. The staff member who came to appease them smiled and said, "You really don't have to pretend anymore. We all know it. Don't worry, you are a Chinese citizen and you have absolute human rights. Sorry, you are a demon. Fake fairies. Really? They are the monsters." The staff member continued to smile and said, several others said the same thing. It seems that the relationship between the goblins is only superficially harmonious. When the critical moment comes, they will immediately kill the Taoist friends but not the poor Taoists. The fake goblins are so confused. The high school student was the most confused and anxious. As he spoke, he slapped the wall anxiously. I am really a human being. A normal person. Snapped. Because he had cultivated spiritual power according to the mental method given by Ji Changs in the past few days, this slap directly made a slap mark on the wall. High school student. He turned his head to look at the slap marks on the wall in confusion, and twitched the corners of his mouth again, desperately, looking at the other person with a friendly smile. Look, can normal humans do this? Don't worry, we won't hurt you. High school students have a broken mentality. At this moment, he made the same wailing sound as several others. Why don't you believe me? Isn't it obvious? They are the monsters. I'm a human being. I don't have any hair or lose any powder. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 147. While the whole country is in a state of excitement and confusion, unable to extricate itself, the country is working hard to communicate with the goblins. The fake goblins are simply speechless. The country also admitted it, and the results of the investigation showed that they were indeed human beings, no matter in terms of background or physiology, with no flaws at all. There has never been a goblin before. Who said that fairies have to be inspected to reveal their original form? It looks like a human face is photographed and a horse head is taken out. The data says that you are a human being, but you stopped the meteorite from falling rapidly. A slap can leave a mark on the wall. Moreover, there are groups as evidence. It would be fine if these people said that this group was just a prank group, but they all thought that other people were real fairies, so they insisted that other people were real fairies and that they were fake because they were human. The more they say this, the more they can't shake off the suspicion. Everyone felt that these goblins must be very wary and didn't believe that we really meant no harm. The government is really friendly to these non-humans. The whole world has suffered, but China has nothing to do because of the protection of non-human groups. Moreover, there are videos and witnesses of this incident. The live videos are spread everywhere. Everyone knows that this group of mysterious people suddenly appeared and saved countless people. Human beings, coupled with the Great Purge era and many unknowns, as well as non-human beings do not mean any harm. The government is crazy to be unfriendly to them. No matter what it is, as long as you have a Huaguo household registration and do things for the Huaguo, you are a Chinese citizen. The Huaguo is famous for protecting its shortcomings. It's okay if you don't believe us, we don't say it, we do it. So, they prepared a sumptuous meal for all the goblins. In each room, the fake goblins turned green looking at the food placed in front of them. Grass, the fruit is not bad. But butterfly and frog are miserable. In front of the butterfly is a bouquet of freshly picked flowers, and in front of the frog is a plate of mosquitoes. We are really human beings. We are really human beings. The adults were okay. The high school student looked at the few fruits in front of him and a big carp that was jumping around in the fish tank, and almost cried out of grievance. At his strong request, the state found his parents. Although the high school student was panicked, he was not unable to think. He and his father looked alike. Therefore, in such a situation where he could not argue with anyone, he firmly believed that as long as his biological father came, the State Department would be able to tell the difference by looking at their similar looks. Clear. His father is here. With a face very similar to that of a high school student, he hurried over. Before he could figure out the situation, he found that the person who greeted him was stunned for a moment when he saw his face, and then his expression became strange. After waiting for his father to meet with the high school student, the man turned to his companions and whispered, "This looks like he is his own. I feel so too. Tell me, is this the same?" It's very possible. The investigation results show that this person is famous for his strength in the workplace. He took the initiative to change the water in the office. The father, who had been having a conversation with his son, was stunned when he came out. Me? Bear spirit? You mean, my family is full of bear spirits? A few hours later, my father, who had just barely recited all 8 generations of his ancestors, was finally free of suspicion. Several people who had been in different rooms were finally able to meet and exchange information. Because they had their own people, the Chinese government, behind them, they all had the courage to tell the truth carefully. If you don't say it, it's outrageous. If you say it, you'll be shocked. Are you human? Aren't you a fairy? Are you a human too? Aren't you a monkey? I thought you were all goblins. I didn't dare to tell the truth. I was afraid you would kill me. Then why do you say you hate humans? You scare me so much that I dare not tell the truth. I feel guilty. I'm afraid you will find out that I am human. Also, didn't you also say that you hate humans? I also feel guilty and want to join the crowd. A couple of people were so confused. Damn it, there are no fairies at all, they are all humans. No, then what is this warm current in their bodies? Just as he was confused, a message suddenly appeared in the silent group message. Where did the monk Zeta go? And, I found that I gave the wrong mental method. It was given to people for cultivation. If you have gone crazy and lost your arms, legs, nerves, nosebleeds and reflux, you should go back to your original shape and take a rest. Several people. So. Our group. The boss is the only one who is a true cultivator. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 148. Not to mention a few fake goblins, even the staff responsible for instigating rebellion against them were a little confused. They were very curious about how these people did it. There were 6 people in a group, but except for the monk Ze, everyone else thought that he was the only human in the group. But that's not the point now. The goblins of China are already able to make Hua their own, not to mention that these people have now confirmed their human identities. After some speculation, everyone could guess the whole story. Ji Chang's was raised in the mountains since he was a child. He never went to school and had almost no contact with people. His master was most likely a cultivator. After his master passed away, Ji Chang started to buy mobile phones and computers. People in the group also expressed that Ji Chang's had indeed said that fairies had not appeared for 3,000 years, so he discovered a few of them in the group. Although he disliked them for being too lazy and greedy to practice properly, he still endured it. I took them in because I disliked them. Everyone in the crowd was still in a daze, but the country seemed to have discovered a new continent. If these people are ordinary human beings, doesn't it mean that everyone can practice? Not to mention Fei, not to mention being able to use the talisman skillfully, most people can't resist the temptation just because it can live forever and delay aging. But everyone in the group talked about practicing cultivation, but they couldn't explain why. Every practice was done via video link, and Ji Chang's provided on-site guidance. Any mistakes he made could be corrected immediately. They themselves only regarded this as the practice method of fairies and didn't pay much attention to it. Naturally, they couldn't remember the movements clearly. Although they felt that they could no longer help the country, the mood of several people was still very happy. After enduring so much pressure and bumping into so many heavenly fairies, today I can finally take off this layer of skin. Ha 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 happy. Before I could be happy for a while, the country sent someone to tell me. We still want to communicate with Mr. Ji Chang's, but he has been unwilling to contact people. We are very worried that he is against human beings. Why don't you guys continue to sneak into the group, observe carefully, and be subtle? Several people. So does this mean you want to be a spy yourself? No, 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 they are all our own, how can we call them spies? Just continue to wear the fairy vest and chat in the group. Several people. The vest that he had just taken off was put on again. It was miserable here, and Ji Chang's was preparing teaching materials. The teaching materials were almost ready, and those in the group came out to reply in droves. I didn't have any adverse reactions, and I didn't become a prototype. Me too. Brother, I have a question, why should we help humans? Ji Chang stopped laughing at the computer screen and started typing. Are you stupid? Everyone is dead. Who makes instant noodles, potato chips, and Coke? No one even pulls the network cable. The government personnel who were observing the group information quickly wrote down instant noodles and potato chips in their favorites with a serious look on their face, and went online. This cultivator is quite keeping pace with the times. After they finished speaking, they carefully warned the group of friends who were looking icy on their faces, try to test it out and see if the monk Ze is willing to teach other ordinary people to practice. If he doesn't want to teach, try to guide him. As soon as these words came out, the group of friends all had a sad face. This is too difficult. How can he teach others to practice when he avoids people like this? Yes, he is very homely. He either plays games or meditates every day. He doesn't want to see anyone except buying things. And when I was beaten by him and I went to the police, he thought I leaked his identity and almost didn't give me away. Kill him. If I hadn't hugged him and recognized him as my eldest brother, you wouldn't be able to see me now, which shows how much he doesn't want anyone to know his identity. People in the group expressed that it was too difficult, and government officials could only comfort them by saying, "Everyone, please overcome it. It's for the sake of the country. I'm begging you." But this is too difficult. When they sighed, Ji Changs continued to talk to himself. Okay, the first step is completed, now we start the second step. Let all Chinese people practice cultivation. People in the group. Governmental agents. Before the monk Zi, the earth had too little spiritual power and was not suitable for cultivation. However, the meteorite that landed that day clearly contained huge spiritual power. I can also feel that there is more and more spiritual power in the air now, and it has even reached a kind of saturation. Recently, plants and animals have passively absorbed spiritual power. It won't be long before they can return to the level of the dinosaur era. Ordinary people should also be able to enter the cultivation period. As the only abnormal human beings in China, we must insist on implementing protection. The principle of the earth guarding China is to prevent any existence that may lead to the destruction of mankind. This monk Zi still seems to care about human beings. This is a good comrade. Friends who have spent time with Ji Changs and are very aware of this big brother's urinary nature, are you sure? High school students are typing, "Big brother, draw the key points." Shuershis wants to protect my instant noodles, potato chips, spicy hot pot, cola, and braised chicken and rice. Do you understand? Governmental agents. No, it doesn't matter. It's better to have something you like than nothing. Since both parties have decided in the same direction, let's arrange contact. Just when Huiguo was busy preparing a lot of delicious food in an attempt to have a good talk with Ji Changs, outside because the country did not stand up and give a direction, everyone was still having a heated discussion. When ordinary people saw the scene with their own eyes, they naturally wanted to practice and fly. Certain authentic Taoist lineages, 19th generation single disciples of the Taoist sect, and ancestors who are still young at the age of 150 have also sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. But except for some older people who don't use the internet very much, young people have expressed disbelief in these people. You said you are from a Taoist sect and can lead me to practice. Okay, you can fly one for me to see. Don't fly it in the video, just fly it live. What? Can't fly because of insufficient cultivation? You don't have enough cultivation to accept a disciple? Or charge such a high price? What a liar. In less than 2 days, there were many more people wearing hanfu on Huiguo Street than before. Although wearing hanfu does not seem to have anything to do with cultivation. A large number of foreigners come to China. As soon as they arrive at the train station, they are greeted by countless small advertisements. A group of people were deceived into becoming apprentices. A group of people did not believe it easily and went to the hotel to rest first. On the way to the hotel, they saw some people traveling in hanfu, their eyes gleaming. In the early days, foreigners thought that Chinese people were all good at fighting. And now, they once again thought that Chinese people can fly. Some foreigners even went directly up to the people wearing hanfu to ask if they could become apprentices. After the other party explained in a dumbfounded way, they reluctantly left. A woman named Yulan is one of them. She is only 25 years old this year, and she looks normal with a normal complexion and normal body shape, but in fact she has been sick for more than half a year and there is no cure for the disease. Every doctor tells her that she can only eat and drink well and maintain a healthy mind. Yulan doesn't want to die. She likes to travel. There are many places in the world that she has never been to or seen, but there is not so much time for her to use in the countdown of her life. This time, there were Chinese people who could fly and penetrate meteorites, and Yulan's country was naturally in trouble. Everyone was discussing, but Yulan came to China as quickly as possible. She once met a Chinese person while traveling, a very enthusiastic lady. This lady liked to read Chinese novels about cultivating immortals. She also told Yulan when they were chatting, so Yulan knew. Immortal cultivators in China generally fly on swords. After cultivating, they are free from all illnesses and can prolong their lifespan and remain young forever. At that time, I just felt that this was too exaggerated. But after seeing someone actually flying in the sky on a sword in the video, Yulan didn't think it was exaggerated at all. She only hopes that she can find a real immortal cultivator and get rid of her illness after practicing. There were also many people in her country who wanted to come but had not bought a ticket. They expressed great envy to Yulan and enthusiastically told her about the guide they had found on how to successfully become a disciple in China. Cultivation in China is very particular about being able to endure hardships. Generally, you are asked to climb a long staircase. They call it the ladder to heaven. As you climb up, things will constantly harass you. Only with perseverance can you climb up. Only those with good character can reach the end. You have to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. There is a Chinese saying that once you become a master, you will always be a father. This means that if you become a master, you should respect your master as your father. The cultivators of the Hua Kingdom must be hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. You should go to remote places more often. Of course, you must pay attention to safety. They use mahogany swords. You'd better buy a mahogany sword and put it on you. Yulan remembered it seriously. She was ready to climb the ladder to heaven, go to the deep mountains and old forests, and kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. She even wore hanfu. Although it looked a bit uncoordinated, wearing it always made Yulan feel inexplicably like I can also be a disciple confidence. But what she never expected was that after a few days of silence, the Chinese government suddenly announced that it would include cultivation in 9-year compulsory education. There is an additional cultivation class in the school, and the community has begun to arrange for people living in the community to learn the cultivation methods at a certain time. Even in the huge open space that had always been occupied by the ants, there were soldiers standing tall and tall waiting there. Every morning and evening at 8 o'clock, the whole country of China will arrange learning and cultivation in various places during this time period. They are mandatory. When the children who were young and not very sensible heard that the physical education class would be turned into a meditation class, they all complained incessantly. After all, practicing cultivation is not an easy task. It is quite difficult for children to meditate motionlessly for so long. In addition, their worldview has not yet been completely formed. Even if their parents coax them into practicing cultivation, you can fly in the sky with your spiritual power, you lied to them. The country clearly stated that minors cannot fly. They were happy at that time, but then started to frown again when class started. The elementary school students were fine, but the kindergarten children were really miserable. Before the foreigners could come out of China's national cultivation operation with confused faces, someone filmed a cute-looking Chinese child holding onto the doorframe, crying and shouting no. After practicing, he couldn't help laughing in the end. Soldiers wearing Chinese military uniforms easily picked him up and carried him to the classroom. To translate for you, what this kid is shouting is, "I don't want to practice, I don't want to practice." As soon as these words came out, foreigners were all impressed. She doesn't want to practice, I think. The country of China is so amazing that it can teach cultivation methods to the people all over the country so easily and simply. I do have a video here of Hua Guo teaching people to practice, but it seems that when you first start practicing, you need guidance from someone who already has spiritual power. It is best to be taught in person. It is too difficult to buy air tickets to China now, and even if you go, if you want to learn how to cultivate immortality, you can only go to their square every morning and evening to study. Only children can study in the classroom. Not to mention the square, I would even study in the toilet. What is our country doing? Since the practice of China can make people live longer, stay beautiful, and fly into the sky. There are so many benefits, why don't they hurry up and join us? China negotiated and asked China to teach our country how to practice. Their country thinks so too. After understanding the benefits of cultivation, and that it is indeed genuine and not just spreading lies, any country that doesn't want to get involved can get involved. The nature of human beings is to constantly pursue progress. But now, you can jump from the era of science and technology to the era of immortality, live forever, and have huge energy. Who can resist such a temptation? What is reassuring is that Hua did not immediately close the country and refuse to give out cultivation methods. Instead, he acted like he was negotiating seriously. The biggest advantage of Huaguo now is that the cultivation method given by Ji Chang's is only suitable for someone to teach it on the spot. Even if you learn 100% from the video, you still can't figure out the trick. In addition, when they taught everyone, they only taught how to practice, not how to teach people to practice. And everyone who could teach people to practice was a Chinese soldier. He taught people at 8 o'clock every morning and returned immediately after 8 o'clock in the evening. In the military, do not come into contact with any electronic products that can communicate. Even if the country of China is full of people who are learning to cultivate immortality, they can guarantee that the spiritual method of cultivating immortality will not be spread in a short period of time. The Chinese government has no intention of practicing cultivation only in its own country. After all, Ji Chang's also said that now is the era of great purges, and all kinds of abnormalities will occur not only in China, but also all over the world. Judging from the majestic spiritual power currently scattered due to the arrival of meteorites, the most likely possibility is that animals and plants will mutate or change into the appearance of their ancestors. When they are too powerful, even if technology can suppress them, it will be too time-consuming. They can never build an Eden city to protect everyone in China. Then, we can only let the Chinese people become stronger. In the same way, it is not good for China if other countries are wiped out by these animals and plants. Once these animals and plants gain a numerical advantage, it will be of no use to China no matter how powerful it is. Whether it is for humanitarian or other reasons, this mentality must be taught to the whole world. But there is a big difference between taking the initiative to teach yourself and asking someone for advice with good things in hand. China did not close its doors, nor did it prevent people from spreading information about cultivation to foreign countries. It only had a leisurely attitude of we teach us, you see. As a result, foreign people saw groups of Chinese people repeatedly practicing their spiritual power, as if they were filming a movie. A stone would crack with a slap. The school has specially opened an artificial lake. During the training class, rows of little radish dices surround the artificial lake and exert their strength on the surface of the lake. They suppressed their blushes and gritted their teeth and slapped the water. Snapped. Huge waves were made on the water surface, because everyone was standing on the shore, and they were all wet. But it doesn't matter, they only need to stand calmly and close their eyes for a while, and the clothes on their bodies will start to emit hot steam at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 minutes, the clothes that were still wet just now are completely dry. The children were chasing and playing. One child, perhaps anxious because of being chased, jumped directly onto a big tree. It seemed that this was his first time doing this. He hugged the tree trunk and did not dare to come down. He was so frightened that he kept crying. A Chinese soldier who was watching them nearby saw this and hurriedly said a few words of comfort. Then with a slight push of his feet, he rose into the air and stood on the tree trunk next to the child. He picked up the child with one hand and spread out the other hand. From such a high distance, he jumped down without hesitation. After landing firmly, he placed the child who was still sobbing with fear in his arms on the ground, and said softly, "Okay, don't be afraid, you already have spiritual power in your body, you don't need to jump when you play very high, you know." The child wiped his tears and nodded obediently. The soldier then patted his head and asked him to continue playing. This scene is simply adorable and incredibly desirable. Even after so many days, I still thought I was dreaming. Why, all of a sudden, our country, China, has entered the era of universal cultivation. The child is so cute and very talented. He can actually jump up a tree, but I can't even jump up. Brother Bing is so handsome. Woohoo! Is it my imagination? Why do I feel that every soldier who teaches us cultivation is very handsome and beautiful? Does the country still have to look at appearance when selecting soldiers as instructors? Cultivation Customer Service 0009 does not look at appearance when selecting instructors, but because after practicing, people will become extremely energetic due to the elimination of turbid air from the body, and the blemishes on the face before will disappear as their cultivation deepens, so they are those with high cultivation. Then he became even better. But also additional beauty functions. I must practice hard. Will the appearance still improve? Real or fake? How come I have been practicing for so long and still have so many acne on my face? Just as everyone was talking about it, the country that had been working overtime to improve the military force of its citizens saw that everything was on track and finally began to explain the matter in detail. So, on the news channel that day, the country carefully explained the matter from top to bottom. In the world, there are indeed immortal cultivators. Why it has not appeared before is because there was very little spiritual power in the earth before. It is not possible for everyone to step into the threshold of cultivating immortals. Moreover, cultivating at that time can only extend your life at most. The person who prevented the meteorite from falling was indeed an immortal cultivator. This person is called Ji Changs, who has followed his master to cultivate immortality since he was a child. After the meteorite fell, he first stopped the meteorite from hitting humans, and then noticed that the spiritual power content in the air with the arrival of the meteorite was thousands of times higher than before. Let's use an analogy. If cultivation is equal to eating. In the past, cultivation was just 1 grain of rice per meal, and there was nothing I could do if I didn't have enough to eat. So now, when it comes to cultivation, a meal is full of delicacies from the mountains and seas, and is placed on the table. Of course, this meal is not only for humans, but also for all living things on the earth. The instinct of living things is to absorb substances that are good for themselves. This is true for humans, and it is also true for other animals and plants. Therefore, even if animals and plants do not practice consciously like humans, they will still absorb spiritual power involuntarily, because the content of spiritual power is different from before, and their body shape and appearance will be greatly improved compared to before. You can look at the flowers and plants to see if they are bigger than before. At that time, if human beings remain the same as before, they will definitely not be able to defeat these animals and plants. Therefore, Monk Ji Chang stood up and taught everyone the mental methods passed down by his master. I hope everyone will not just regard cultivation as something new and fun. When it comes to longevity, you have to be careful. After all, you have to rely on cultivation to save your life. Especially for children, parents should not blindly accommodate their children. It doesn't matter if they don't practice at a young age. As for cultivation, the younger the better, and although the Chinese government will still protect everyone, the future is unclear. It's good to have some self-protection ability. For example, If a child learns to fly with a sword, at least he will be able to fly to the sky if he encounters any beast in the future. Then, they released a photo of Ji Chang's and said that all Chinese people should express their gratitude to him. People who were absorbing the content of the national mother's speech were shocked when they saw Ji Chang's photo. Damn, he's so handsome. Sure enough, practicing can improve your appearance. Oh my god, how can he be so handsome and still young? I remember teaching our sister Bing that if you reach a high level of immortality, you will indeed never grow old. Isn't this handsome guy already 80 years old this year? Everyone in China is enthusiastic about practicing cultivation, and the most enthusiastic ones are the girls who want to become beautiful. Every one of them is so excited that they can't wait to turn themselves into stunning beauties right away. They are so dedicated to cultivation, but people from other countries are envious of the Chinese government's attitude, like a mother hen protecting her cubs. We also need to practice. It's impossible to buy air tickets to China now. If we can't go, can't the government negotiate with China? Didn't China also say that this is a major event for all mankind? Obviously they don't care about people from other countries learning to cultivate immortality. Why hasn't our country started taking action? They are all learning, but we are. We want to cultivate immortality. Want to cultivate immortality. Many Chinese people who can climb the wall look over there and almost ask their country to also carry out immortal cultivation activities, not to mention how proud they are. Many things are just afraid of comparison. Especially now that the Chinese people are happily cultivating immortality, but their own family can only watch helplessly. The goodness of the Chinese country is directly displayed 1,000 times. I almost want to be a Chinese. Their country has always been very good to its people. I still remember one time when I was traveling and a riot suddenly happened there. At that time, a group of us who were traveling were trying to find a way to go home. The two Chinese people there directly called their embassy, and within half a day, China actually arranged a flight to take them back to their country. This time they discovered the cultivators of immortality. The response of the Chinese nation was to arrange for all the people in the country to cultivate immortality. Moreover, their country was not busy at all. They arranged it in such an orderly manner. With such a large population in their country, they were able to complete the cultivation in just a few days. It has been achieved that everyone across the country is practicing. This is such a powerful and terrifying execution. The free teaching is already amazing. They even directly included cultivation into the 9-year compulsory education. Do you understand what this means? This means that as long as they are Chinese citizens, they can be taught and practiced by the most formal masters for free from the time they go to school. This time, Hua was not just in the limelight, it was simply dominating. The more foreigners try to cultivate but cannot, the more proud and arrogant the Chinese people become and the more attentive they become in their cultivation. In entertainment videos, more and more people began to show their cultivation progress, various cultivation techniques, and their own experiences. Of course, work is still running. After all, even if we go to heaven, don't we still have to eat, drink and have fun? Ji Chang's held several live broadcast rooms to teach his experience. Every time, the number of people was full and it was extremely crowded, so he could only record the video and post it online. Everyone knows that he is a cultivator who has shown his inner power. The whole country of China, no, the whole world knew this cultivator named Ji Chang's. Other countries have successively offered prices that satisfy China. China is indeed the well-deserved #1 winner this time. The country of China has the most practitioners and the highest level of cultivation, and at the same time, the country has gained a lot of benefits. Even if China is obsessed with basic cultivation and infrastructure, trying to build high-altitude flight channels and other equipment to facilitate cultivators, it has no intention of posing as a big brother in the world. After all, the era of great purges has come, and the enemies of mankind are not the same kind, but the same kind. It's the animals and plants that are growing slowly, but everyone knows that China today is truly the world leader. Ji Chang's has only been in this world for less than half a year, and he has already changed it completely. What results will be achieved when technology and practice are combined? In short, both sides are developing rapidly. Chen Kai is a hiker. He loves adventure and meditation. Because the family is not short of money and there is no need for him to bear any pressure, Chen Kai can fully devote himself to the things he likes. Before the meteorite fell, Chen Kai prepared enough food for several months, chose a place with no people and few living things, and prepared to retreat and meditate for several months. He walked there, and his idea was to wait until he got out of customs before walking back. It will be a little sad to be alone in a quiet place at first, but after you get familiar with the quietness, everything seems to become lighter, and you will even feel like you can stand high in the sky and see the world. This was something Chen Kai had never felt before. He could feel that he had touched a strange realm. He was very happy for this, and even wanted to go home early to share with his friends for the first time. Chen Kai naturally didn't know that this was because the spiritual power in the air had changed. His calmness allowed him to absorb more spiritual power. He resisted the urge to go home and continued to meditate hard. Because the meditation was fruitful this time, the time was extended a lot. It was not until the last food was eaten that Chen Kai reluctantly left and prepared to walk home. The place he chose to meditate was an old forest deep in the mountains. There were not many plants due to mining before. He lived in a small wooden house and ate what he brought with him. There was a spring nearby when he was thirsty or needed water. Originally, it was just a matter of going down the mountain. On the way back, Chen Kai was still thinking about whether he should stay with the simple villagers for one night, wash up and tidy up before going home. As soon as he got halfway down the mountain, he was stunned to find several rabbits half as tall as a man grazing in front of him. When the rabbits saw him, they didn't hide and just rushed over. Chen Kai was so frightened that he almost screamed. When his body instinctively moved back, a man suddenly fell from the sky and killed the rabbit with a sword. Chen Kai saw the other party's face before he could react. Second Master Lu. Hey, Mr. Chen, have you just come down from the mountain? I wonder why someone sees a rabbit and doesn't know to hunt it? Mr. Lu is a real grandfather. In Chen Kai's impression, he has a wrinkled face and gray hair. He is a very kind old man. Every time Chen Kai comes to the mountain to meditate, he stays at their house when he comes down the mountain. But now, the wrinkles on Mr. Liu's face have been reduced by more than half, his gray hair has begun to turn black, and even his stooped waist has straightened up, and he looks much better than before. Chen Kai was stunned. Why, how did you become like this? Hey, nothing happened recently. My daughter watches me practice every day. Not to mention, the teachers who teach me practice have said that despite my age, my talent is better than that of the whole family. Look, I'll be able to build the foundation soon. Chen Kai. Cultivation? Building a foundation. Isn't it the right way for him to go down the mountain? Hey, look at my memory. Mr. Chen, you have been staying in the mountains for several months. You still don't know. Now that all the people in China are practicing cultivation, you have fallen behind in your cultivation progress for a few months. You'd better make up for it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you encounter these rabbits, pheasants, etc., you will definitely not be able to defeat them. After half an hour of being educated by Mr. Lu, Chen Kai came down the mountain in a daze. It was fine when we were in the village. The villagers were still doing what they were supposed to do. However, the ants who used to chat about the parents in the east and the west in the village changed to chatting about whose children were talented, whose children were diligent, and where the foreigners were running away. I came to China and wanted to become a disciple. Walking all the way to the town, the bustling market gave Chen Kai a feeling of confusion in time and space. I'm selling a flying sword. I'm selling a flying sword. Mr. G has the same style of flying sword. You deserve to have it. Sir, look at this flying sword. It's very well made. A fat man of 200 pounds can fly even if he stands on it. As long as he has enough cultivation, it can fly faster than an eagle, and there is also this talisman, a cleaning spell. With a little spiritual power, you can quickly clean the dirty places in your home. I drew this based on Mr. G's tutorial, and it is very effective. Come on, let's take a look. The genuine G Chang's teaches you the correct way to cultivation is better than primary school textbooks. It's very cheap. Buy one and get one free. Hey, who are you selling these pig teeth to? You're such a big boss. The teeth alone are as tall as someone's. There's no place to put them as decoration. You think I thought, this wild boar will become more ferocious as it grows bigger. I was sleeping peacefully in my house when it suddenly broke in. Of course I had to take action and broke my wall. If I don't sell it, how will I get the money to make up for the loss? A carriage flew past the sky, with several flying swords dragged under the carriage. Someone opened the window and shouted, "Is there anyone going to Far City? Is anyone going to Far City?" Chen Kai was stunned. Gravity is eaten? No one around him seemed surprised by this, and two people even raised their hands and shouted, "I'm coming, I'm going, wait for me." Almost 3 meters in the air, the two people jumped up lightly and sat in the car skillfully and naturally. Chen Kai. Carriages and carriages can fly. Only then did he realize that there were straight lines in the sky, just like roads. Looking further ahead, there were people wearing traffic police uniforms standing on flying swords directing traffic. Looking further into the distance, there were carriages in the sky, people, and even a man riding a huge parrot passing by. The parrot's eyes were flying and he was cursing, "Fat man, fat man." The person sitting on the parrot called with his mobile phone, "Boss, what's wrong with you, parrot? Why are you still swearing? I'm only 150 pounds. Why am I fat? Can you train more in flying and riding beasts? Look at the quality education of these flying knights. This means I have a good temper, otherwise I will definitely report you to the flying knights." When the parrot heard this, "Fly by yourself. Fly. You're still talking back to me. If I could fly by myself, why would I hire you? Listen, boss, it's talking back to me." One person and one parrot flew away, arguing with each other. Chen Kai, the parrot can talk. The people next to him looked at him in surprise. Don't parrots already know how to talk? Especially after the Great Purge era, their IQs are now as high as those of teenagers. Don't you watch the news? News. Chen Kai chose a restaurant to eat in a daze. There was a TV in the store. On TV Central Channel, the host is still the same as before, and his smile is still cordial and friendly. Recently, our country's flying sword training has initially achieved results. On the video, soldiers in military uniforms were flying out of neat ranks on flying swords. While residents are starting to choose Fijian to travel, they should also pay attention to road rules and safety. There was such a collision with Fijian on the 12th. Chen Kai. Everything was natural and normal. The people eating in the restaurant were watching the news and discussing who actually flew under the influence of alcohol. In the end, his flying sword certificate was deducted for 6 months. During these 6 months, he could only go to heaven by car. And you can't fly by yourself, etc. Chen Kai. I just went to the deep mountains and forests for a few months. Why does it seem like the whole era has changed as soon as it comes out? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 149. When Ji Chang's finally left, he used the name of Ascension. Because he was the first person in the world to ascend, the country specially arranged for high-definition filming with lightning protection equipment and a global live broadcast. Under such public attention, Ji Chang's ascended. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a rather dilapidated thatched hut. Maybe this body had been lying down for too long, and it was a little difficult for him to get up. As soon as he sat up, he heard a sharp voice outside shouting at the top of his lungs for fear that no one would hear. "Don't go out and see if an unmarried girl would keep a grown man in her house. Your reputation has been ruined and you don't even have a man in your family. Look at your age, you are almost 20 years old. It's 5 years old. It would be great if I found such a good marriage for you. You are still here picking and choosing. If it weren't for the fact that I am your second mother-in-law, do you think that this good marriage will be your turn?" Then came a crying female voice, "Good marriage? You want me to marry a man in his 50s who is lame and has had 3 wives? He is old enough to be my father. It's a good thing you can tell me with these 3 words about a good marriage, who doesn't know that you took his money and considered selling your niece. Let me tell you, my father is gone, but my mother is still there. It's not your uncle's turn to sell me. You let me go. Even if I wait until I am old enough to be assigned by the government, I will not let you sell me." The second uncle seemed to have been stabbed in the foot, and she cursed even louder and more violently. Ji Chang's head hurt from her noise. He rubbed his head and started checking his memory. The ancient world had just experienced a dynasty change. Although the new king had just secured his position, his methods were good and he had strong force behind him. If nothing unexpected happened, the dynasty would be stable for at least another 50 years. The original owner is also 25 this year, and he is relatively unlucky. He was originally born in a family with a relatively good financial background. He was sent to school since he was a child. Because he was a little smart, his master judged that he would be at least a scholar in the future, so the whole family pampered him even more. I was pretty good when I took the Tongsheng test. I passed the test at a young age, but maybe I was praised too highly. The original owner really thought that he was a talented player. He no longer studied diligently or studied hard. It was quite a kind of the feeling of being desolate. He passed the scholar examination 4 times in total. After failing the exam for the first time, he became very angry and fell seriously ill. He prepared for the 3rd time, but he fell ill before the exam started, so he had no choice but to go home. Just as he was about to take the exam for the 2nd time, his father had an accident. After his death, his mother died of illness shortly after, and since he carried the filial piety on his body, he naturally could not take the exam again. By the 3rd time, he had lost many of his advantages and failed again. The 4th time, he finally passed the exam at the last minute. The sad result was that not long after he passed the exam, the old dynasty fell, the world was in chaos, and everything was in chaos. Naturally, he, the scholar who destroyed the dynasty, was not recognized. At this time, the family was in decline, and the original owner, who had just been admitted as a scholar and was not recognized, was overjoyed and then sad. He almost went crazy without being hit. In a daze, he encountered that the city where he lived was attacked, and he fled with the refugees. He became seriously ill and almost lost his life. As a result, when the world became peaceful, he fell into a trance while seriously ill and got separated from the refugees. He walked to this small village and was rescued by this family. They originally just gave him a bowl of water to drink and asked him to wash his face and sober up, but when he saw that he was a good-looking young man after washing up, the unmarried girl in this family got interested and asked him if he would be her husband. She had no other requirements, she just hoped that he could live a good life with her. Raise her mother with her. The original owner was so down and out, and seeing such a pretty girl say this was like pie in the sky, so he naturally nodded in agreement without thinking. This girl's name is Zhao Yuiniang. She has a pretty common name. She has a pretty appearance and a neither impatient nor impatient temper. Although she is gentle, she will be tough at critical moments and take charge of the overall situation. She is also a good hand at work and housework. No matter how you look at it, she is a woman who has no worries about getting married. But she was unlucky. She was born on the front leg, and her father on the back leg fell into the river and died. Her father was a capable man at the time. He was almost able to earn more than 10 acres of land by himself. When he was alive, everyone in the village envied him. He was capable, but when he left, the property he left behind became a reason for others to covet him. Zhao Yuiniang's mother was weak, and she couldn't hold on after her husband passed away. Most of the family's financial property was taken away by her brother-in-law and his wife. Fortunately, although she was weak, she still had a maternal nature, and she gritted her teeth and kept the last few acres of land in order to raise her daughter. However, they were still unwilling to give up and even began to spread the words of Zhao Yuiniang's denunciation in the village. They occupied the status of Zhao Yuiniang's elders. Even if Zhao Yuiniang grew up later, there was nothing she could do to them. When she reached the marriageable age, Zhao Yuiniang should not have to worry about getting married, but because she only had one mother behind her, many people gave up their thoughts. However, the second uncle's family became interested in Zhao Yuiniang's increasingly beautiful appearance and wanted to sell their niece for money. Naturally, they could not let her get married properly. The young men wanted her to be good-looking, so they spread the word in the village that the better-looking women were, the more restless, estranged, and funny they were. Later, they even spent a few coins to bribe a fortune-teller, swearing that Zhao Yuiniang would be childless. In other words, she cannot have children. This is a big deal for an ordinary family. Since there is only one mother in the family, and there is an uneasy relative, Zhao Yuiniang is left alone. As time went by, the age of about to turn 25 also became her biggest shortcoming. Because of the war, the population dropped sharply. Many women lived alone without their husbands or became passive widows. Men could not marry wives, and women had no men in their families. In order to change this phenomenon, the new emperor ordered that all women under the age of 35, if the common people over the age of 15 have no children, they must be forcibly married. The meaning of matchmaking is to point out to you any one of the unmarried people of the same age, and then you can get married, achieving the most shameless operation of blind marriage. You can still find someone you like if you look for it yourself. If you let the government match you casually, you may be matched with a beggar. Therefore, when men and women are approaching old age, they are eager to get married quickly, for fear that they will not get married when they reach age and let the government match them. Weird people. So Zhao Yuiniang faced a scene that her second uncle's family loved to see. Either the government randomly selects a person to marry, or they marry a good family arranged by them. Zhao Yuiniang was also anxious, and then she came up with this idea after discovering that the original owner was very gentle and young. She had planned all aspects carefully. The original owner had no family, so naturally he would only live here with her. Precisely because he had no family, this family was currently entirely dependent on her, so it would be very difficult for her mother to let them raise her. It's easy to accept. Zhao Yuiniang was completely prepared for the worst. The husband she found did nothing to support her. This was the best way out she could think of for herself. As a result, the original owner used practical actions to tell her, "No, you were wrong," and there was actually a worse ending. After Zhao Yuiniang spent almost half of his family's savings and worked hard to take care of him and seek medical advice to cure him, he regretted it. When he was a refugee before, he had always been in a state of confusion. Now that he has settled down, he realizes that the country has a new king and there are no longer wars everywhere. Even if his reputation as a scholar does not count, he is also literate and can settle accounts. You can find a job easily. In this case, why marry a country woman? She is still so old, and she is not as tender as a 16 or 17-year-old girl. If the original owner regretted it and spoke out openly, he would still be able to make up for it with the money they spent on him, but he didn't. While he was thinking about recuperating, he wanted someone to take care of him. At the same time, he lived in Zhao Yuina's home with peace of mind, enjoying her care and the treatment of not having to worry about anything. He usually only slept and ate. When he felt better, he would wander around the village. Walking around here and looking there, the little daughter of Zhao Yuiniang's second uncle's family fell in love with her. Zhao Yuiniang's second uncle's family was relatively wealthy in the village, and they were willing to dress up their little daughter. The little girl was so gorgeously dressed that the original owner fell in love with her at first sight. His throat was injured and he couldn't speak. He didn't say it directly, but they both knew it clearly through their eyes. When his voice was almost healed and no one needed to take care of it anymore, the original owner coaxed Zhao Yuiniang into saying that he wanted to get married, and then took Zhao Yuiniang's money and gave it to her little cousin. It turned out that this little cousin didn't really like him, she just wanted to seduce Zhao Yuiniang because she didn't want her to get married. She immediately turned against him as soon as she got the money, and even led the original owner to gamble. After the original owner lost, he signaled that he could get money from Zhao Yuiniang. Zhao Yuiniang has no money, but she has a pretty face. The original owner also lost his conscience, so he deceived the person into the city and sold him to a flower house. That night, Zhao Yuiniang was beaten to death while struggling. Her old mother didn't know where her daughter had gone, and she tried hard to find her, but she didn't find her. The original owner didn't end up well either, and fell into DB0 again, and was drowned in a panic during the debt collection process. A typical rescuer rescues a white-eyed wolf. So now comes the problem. At this point in time, the original owner had already stolen the money that Zhao Yuiniang had just given to Zhao Yuiniang's cousin. There was also the only silver hairpin of Zhao Yuiniang's mother. The money was already all the Zhao family's savings. Ji Chang's touched his throat, stood up and looked outside. If he remembered correctly, cousin Zhao Yuiniang would come over and beep something soon. Sure enough, after a while, a young woman wearing a brand new floral dress came over with a smile on her face. She was not as good looking as Zhao Yuiniang, but because she had no worries about food, drink, and work, her skin was fairer than Zhao Yuiniang, and she even had rouge on her face. It makes people's eyes light up at first sight. Ji Chang's did not look at her face, but looked at the small piece of white cloth exposed in her arms. That was the money that the original owner had given her just before, wrapped in a white cloth. Taking the money and not putting it away properly, but still showing it around in your arms, this is really getting to your doorstep. Ji Chang's pulled his hair to make himself look as if he had just woken up. He stood up and swayed, his face pale and weak, and he opened the door. Then he headed straight towards cousin Zhao Yuiniang. When the girl saw him coming with a clear purpose, she probably thought he was going to explain it to her face, and there was a glimmer of pride in her eyes. She never thought that Ji Chang's would expose the money theft. After all, it was Ji Chang's who did it. If she revealed it, Ji Chang's would be the biggest blame. However, Ji Chang's had no intention of exposing the completeness of this matter. What happened was that he stole money and gave it to Zhao Yuiniang's cousin. Zhao Yuiniang's cousin had Zhao Yuiniang's family's money in her arms. Then, wouldn't it be better to remove the first two? He reached out and pulled out the white cloth from her arms and dropped it on the ground. The very conspicuous fact is that Zhao Yuiniang's cousin had her cousin's money and hairpin in her arms. Zhao Yuiniang's cousin was still stunned and shocked. She couldn't believe that Ji Chang's had exposed the money and the hairpin like this. Ji Chang's knelt down weakly, picked up the hairpin, coughed twice, stood up slowly, and looked back at Zhao Yuiniang. pointing to the hairpin, then to his own eyes, and finally to his confused cousin. The action has been expressed very clearly. I saw her stealing your mother's hairpin. In an instant, he changed from a criminal suspect to a righteous witness who was brave enough to correct him face to face. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 150. Originally, Ernie Zhao was at her most emotional, and Zhao Yuiniang turned pale with anger. However, when Ji Chang's came, everyone present was in a daze. In just a few seconds, Zhao Yuiniang came to her senses and looked at her cousin in disbelief. You actually stole my things. My cousin Zhao Meiniang was also in disbelief. But all eyes were on Ji Chang's, who exposed her so openly. It's not that she hasn't thought about what she would do if someone discovered this, but she never thought that the person who exposed her would be Ji Chang's, who stole the things and gave them to her. Second Uncle Zhao had a loud voice. When she came over to make a fuss, there were already people watching the fun. At first, she was just cautiously looking around, but she didn't expect to see Zhao Meiniang stealing something from her cousin's house. She didn't hide it immediately. Just crane your neck and look at it openly. Watch and discuss at the same time. I recognize that hairpin. It belongs to Mrs. Liu. Yuiniang's father bought it when she first got married. Mrs. Liu's treasure is like something. No matter how hard her life was before, she was not willing to give it to her. Wow, the second wife of the Zhao family is really over it. Even if she comes to make trouble every day, she actually returns the things from the T0 Yurian family. It stands to reason that the second wife of the Zhao family is living a good life, so why would she come to steal things? Don't you know, haven't Zhao Lao'er and Wang been making trouble all the time and wanted to marry Yuiniang to get the money themselves? Zhao Yuiniang is also a strong-willed person. She would rather pick up a homeless person herself or let the government match her. They want it, but if the family has no money at all, and she has enough food for her mother, she has no choice but to. The person who said this said, and gave the person next to him a you understand look. In fact, many people in the village can see clearly what the second wife of the Zhao family is thinking and planning. After all, everyone knows who these two couples are. Zhao Yuiniang's father had just passed away, and these two people were making trouble. He wanted to divide his brother's property. His wife and daughter are still there, so what's the point of being a brother? That is to say, Zhao Yuiniang's mother, Mrs. Liu, was too soft-tempered and failed to hold on, so they took advantage of her. Later, Zhao Yuiniang grew up and began to take care of family affairs. They couldn't get it, so they began to smear Zhao Yuiniang's reputation in the village. Many people knew what was going on, but they were just watching the excitement and had no intention of taking care of it. The second wife of the Zhao family was not easy to get along with. They were not related to the Zhao Yuiniang family, so why would they risk offending the second wife of the Zhao family? Risk to help her. But if they don't take sides, it doesn't mean they won't watch the fun. The people watching the excitement outside were whispering and pointing at Zhao Meiniang and Zhao Erboniang. When had Zhao Meiniang been looked at with such disdain when she was so old? Her face turned red. She didn't care about anything else and spoke the truth. What did I steal? It was obviously given to me by Ji Chang's. For a moment, all eyes fell on the young man named Ji Chang's, who was picked up by Zhao Yuiniang. The people in the village didn't have a deep impression of him. After all, his throat was injured and he couldn't speak. After he was able to go to the ground, he just wandered around and didn't get along with others. A homeless refugee, they had no interest in seeing what kind of person he was. But today, at a glance, I found that the young man who was taken in by Zhao Yuiniang was actually quite good looking. It's not that he looked very handsome, but where he stood, his demeanor was completely different from that of the people in the village. How can I put it? Obviously the nose and eyes are in the same place as everyone else, but they just look much more coordinated than others. He was wearing a piece of clothing that Zhao Yuiniang's father had worn when he was alive. It was a little too wide, so he looked thinner. His face was pale, his eyebrows were slightly twisted, and he looked at Zhao Meiniang, who identified him with a confused look. It seemed that he was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. He quickly waved his hands and shook his head to indicate that it was not him. He is a good-looking man, and even his anxious look of being wronged is very pleasing to the eye, especially his harmless attitude, which is so polite that he really doesn't look like someone who can lie. Zhao Yuiniang regarded Ji Chang's as her future husband. Seeing how anxious and speechless he was at the moment, Zhao Yuiniang immediately stretched out her hand to protect him behind her. He glared at Zhao Meiniang angrily. "I'm afraid you are telling lies with your eyes open. Nagasawa watched you steal this thing. If he really stole it and gave it to you, then tell me why he wanted to expose you on the spot." Zhao Meiniang, he gave me this thing, he stole it. Zhao Yuiniang looked at her coldly. "Since he came to our village, he either stayed at my house to recuperate or went to hang out in the mountains. I have never seen him go anywhere else. Since you said he gave it to you, then let me ask you, where did he give it to you? Why did he give it to you?" Zhao Meiniang. What did she say? Do you want her, a woman, to directly tell Ji Chang's that he likes her? If she spoke out, her reputation would be lost. She could only defend herself by insisting on the truth. "How do I know why he gave it to me? In short, it was what he gave to me." Ji Chang's cough dryly, attracted everyone's attention, pointed at Zhao Meiniang very weakly, and then shook his head at Zhao Yuiniang, indicating that he did not recognize her. His pale and handsome face was full of innocence and confusion, with a hint of anxiety, and he was quite sincere. With this look, let alone Zhao Yuiniang, even those who were watching the excitement felt that Ji Chang's was innocent. Yes, if he really stole it for you, why would he expose it directly to your face, give it to you and then snatch it back from you? He has nothing to do. Everyone has made it so clear. If someone sees you stealing with your own eyes, even if you want to frame someone, don't go to him. My dear, my cousin, life is already very difficult for your cousin's family. Don't cause trouble for others. Look, it's time for you to get married soon. It's such an unpleasant reputation to spread. Those who watched the excitement did not take it too seriously. Everyone seemed to be trying to persuade them with good intentions, but in fact they were all sarcastic. Zhao Meiniang was so angry that she burst into rage. "He gave it to me. How much money does my family have? The house on the west side is full of food. How can I afford such a small thing?" Mother Zhao also hurriedly paid tribute to her daughter. "That's right, my daughter has always been in need of food and clothing since she was a child. I spend at least half a tael of silver just to buy clothes for her every year. The rouge she uses comes from the county shop. The box costs dozens of yuan. How can you afford such a small thing?" As soon as these words came out, those who were pointing fingers stopped talking. Second Aunt Zhao felt relieved and her eyes became proud. She was very good at controlling the situation, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get so many benefits from Zhao Yu's family. Every time Lu wanted to fight, she could quickly control the situation. For example, Mrs. Lu told him that her husband had left the family and had worked hard for all the property. She said that when her brother-in-law separated the family, the two elders had given him money. She said that he had a nose and an eye. She couldn't produce evidence that her second elder had given her any money, but Mrs. Lu couldn't produce any evidence that her second elder had not given her any money. After going around and around, Mrs. Lu was bypassed by him. It's the same now. When people say her daughter steals things, she directly says how much the clothes her daughter is wearing cost and how much makeup her daughter costs, to show that Zhao Meiniang doesn't need to steal anything at all. Their family is so rich, how could they care about such scraps of metal? When the situation was about to be brought under control, Ji Chang still stood behind Zhao Yueniang, silently pointing to his eyes and then to Zhao Meiniang. What are you making? It's obviously you. You gave it to me. Zhao Meiniang was very angry by his actions. She stepped forward to argue, but was dragged back by Zhao Erbo's quick eyes and hands. Ji Chang's didn't care what tricks Zhao Erbo Niang used, he was just standing there anyway, and it was Zhao Meiniang who stole it from him. The onlookers who had just been deceived by MRS Zhao were distracted by Ji Chang's and began to start conspiracy theories again. Can't you steal things if your family has money? The youngest son of the old Hu family in West Village is not only stealing things everywhere, but his family is much richer than the second son of the Zhao family. I just said that their idea was to steal the money from Zhao Yu's family. She has no money, and now she can't make any money. In order not to go hungry, she has no choice but to marry into her second uncle's family. Sang Tianliang, if Zhao Laosan is still alive and sees his brothers and his family bullying his wife and daughter, he will definitely not do it. When Ji Chang saw that these gossipy villagers started talking according to his plan, he started to stand back pretending to be innocent again. Even if Zhao Erbo Niang stopped Zhao Meiniang, it would be useless. They were too arrogant in doing things before and did not hide what they wanted to do. This was the handle of the scene. As long as the onlookers were given a reason, they would naturally be able to extend their actions. Second Aunt Zhao didn't know what to do either. She said, how could it be possible for our family to steal things if we have money? People say you are not doing it for money, but for people. She said it was from Ji Chang's, and Ji Chang's looked like he was lying. Even she began to wonder if her daughter was too anxious and stole things from Zhao Yu's family. But it is impossible to admit this. If Zhao Meiniang admitted to stealing things, how could she get married? Looking at Zhao Meiniang next to her, she still looked like I have been wronged. Her face was red with anger and she looked at Ji Chang's as if she had been quenched by poison. She was also a little angry inside. What's the use of pretending to be like this? I didn't know to discuss it with her before stealing something. I just stole it and let Ji Chang see it. It's okay. I actually stole something and put it in my arms. Come to Zhao Yu's mother's house. Doesn't she know how to hide it better? Didn't she know how to avoid people when she stole things? If she was found, couldn't she say she picked it up? She still had to slander Ji Chang's, the person who accused her, so even a fool wouldn't believe it was Ji Chang's. Why did you give birth to such a stupid daughter? But now, I have no choice but to endure this tone. Just divert your attention first. It is impossible for our beautiful mother to steal things, but this person slandered our beautiful mother as soon as he came up. Yueniang, you have been hiding him in the house to raise him, you are not planning to marry him, this person does not have a house. You are not married, you don't even have a household registration, and now you are directly accusing your cousin of stealing things. If you marry him, be careful of being defrauded of money and sex. As an unmarried girl, Zhao Yueniang must not talk about getting married. When she said this, what would Zhao Yueniang do? She said that Erbo Zhao was talking nonsense. If she denied it, how could she marry Ji Chang's? Have you admitted that you want to marry Ji Chang's? How could a yellow-flowered girl find a husband for herself? If she dared to speak out, she would be the talk of the village in the next 3 years. Zhao Yueniang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Ji Chang's, who had been standing behind her, suddenly stood up and pointed at Zhao Meiniang, then the hairpin, and finally his eyes. Second Bani Zhao. After Ji Chang's finished pointing, he coughed a few times and stood behind Zhao Yueniang again. Anyway, no matter what Ernie Zhao said, he would always act like this. Trying to beat around the bush with him, tisk. Zhao Yueniang was reminded and reacted, second aunt, what we are talking about now is that Meiniang stole money from my family. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will go to the clan elders. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Chang's, who was standing behind her, walked forward and shook his head in disapproval at her. Seeing this scene, Zhao Meiniang felt as if she had caught something big, and she hurriedly shouted, he didn't dare to go to the clan elder. Ji Chang's didn't dare to go to the clan elder. If he hadn't stolen it, why wouldn't he dare? Ji Chang's ignored her at all, found a stick and started writing on the ground. What are you doing? It seems like he is writing. He can still write. Isn't he a refugee? I can't understand what's written because I don't know the words. Mr. Hu, I know you, so go and read it. This Mr. Hu is considered to be the senior one in the village. He lives next door to Zhao Yu's mother's house. Today when he heard some noise and came out to take a look, he was pushed out and asked to read. He was also good-tempered and actually went up to take a look. As soon as I went over and saw the words on the ground, I just praised, good words, good words. He can write so well on the ground. It is said that Ji Chang's, a refugee, has at least 10 years of experience in practicing calligraphy. It's strange. It stands to reason that anyone who can read and write will have no shortage of work, so why are they reduced to becoming refugees? He was thinking there that other people waiting to see the fun were getting anxious. You should tell me quickly what he wrote. Mr. Hu was urged, looked at the words on the ground and read out, report to the official. He said reporting to the officer. Reporter. As soon as these words came out, everyone else was shocked. In modern times, when something happens, everyone's first reaction is to call the police and call the police. But it is different in ancient times. Most people avoid the government. Unless it is something that cannot be handled, they will never go to the government. Solve. For example, in Zhao Yuiniang's village, if anything happens, it is usually left to the clan elders to deal with it. Unless someone is killed, then they have to report it to the official. Ji Chang's actually wanted to report to the government. That was the government. He really dared to think about it. Ji Chang's was still writing, and Mr. Hu continued to read. He went to the government office, was beaten with sticks, and was examined by the county magistrate. You will know at a glance what he is like. Hiss. These words made the people in the village shrink even more. He was beaten with sticks and even had to be judged by the county magistrate. Zhao Meiniang also turned pale with fright. Ji Chang's looked upright and fearless. He stood there with his back straight and a look like, oh, I didn't do anything, I'm not afraid of anything. Comparing the comparison between Zhao Meiniang, who turned pale with fright, and showed timidity on her face, it is clear at a glance who is more guilty in this matter. Everyone present believed that it was Zhao Meiniang who stole the thing. Otherwise, could Ji Chang's have reported it to the authorities without any hesitation? If Zhao Meiniang heard what they said, she would definitely want to take a bite of each of them. Ji Chang's didn't need to be beaten with sticks or put on trial by the magistrate, so of course he wasn't afraid. She was the one who was beaten and tried. Even if she didn't steal anything, she was still scared when she saw the county magistrate. Zhao Meiniang showed her timidity. She didn't want to argue anymore and wanted to go to the government. She could only angrily step forward and stomp on the money on the ground. She glared at Ji Chang's fiercely and said to Zhao Yuiniang, if you don't believe me, forget it. But I kindly tell you that the man next to you is not a good person, he is very vicious. If you keep him, he will kill you sooner or later. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Even Zhao Erbo, who was so fast, didn't even react. When she found out that her daughter had just run away like that, she was almost furious. What are you running for? Even if you run away, you have to get rid of the reputation of stealing things before you run away. Now if she ran away without any excuse, people would definitely accuse her of stealing. How could she find her husband's family? But she has already run away, so what's the use of the mother-in-law talking? Second, Bonnie Zhao could only look at Ji Chang's and Zhao Yuiniang with a sullen look, then turned and left with a livid face. He chased her out and caught her daughter. She scolded her, why did you run away? If you ran away, others would think you had something wrong with you. Ji Chang's is going to report to the government. If you don't run away, why don't I wait for the county magistrate to interrogate me? I heard that there are many people in the yamen who were beaten to death. What if I am taken to the yamen and they beat me directly to make me confess? No, mother, don't even think about how I could have suffered like this. That's true. Second, Bonnie Zhao nodded and sighed, you said so too. How many times have I told you, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Zhao Yuiniang is the grasshopper in our hands. She can't run away, and you still have to get close to her. That Ji Chang's, she looks very sick, and she will definitely not be able to work. Even if Zhao Yuiniang really marries him, she might die of illness in a few days. By then, Zhao Yuiniang cannot be married off to a wealthy family as a concubine or sold to Cheng. It's okay in the building, why are you in a hurry? Zhao Meiniang turned her face away unhappily, Mom, you also said that if you and Dad weren't partial to my elder brother and younger brother, all the money in the family would be used to build a house for them. How could I not even have any dowry money? Can you afford to wait until Zhao Yuiniang becomes a child? Widow, I can't afford to wait. If you don't sell Zhao Yuiniang quickly, will you let me go empty-handed when I get married? Then you can't just steal things. You can just set fire to it, steal it yourself, and someone sees it. How do you want me to help you get your reputation back? Zhao Meiniang. She turned back to look at her mother in disbelief, Mom, do you think I stole it? How many times have I told you that it was Ji Chang's? Ji Chang's gave it to me. Second, Bonnie Zhao sighed, there's no need to pretend, there's no one else here. Zhao Meiniang. No, where did I pretend to be? It's Ji Chang's. It's him. Mother Zhao patted her daughter on the shoulder, okay, don't I know you? You are acting very similar, but others don't believe it, and I can't do anything. Hurry up and tell mother, when you went to Zhao Yu, how did your mother-in-law go when she got the money? Let me see if I can help you deal with this matter. Also, why are you so stupid? You stole things and didn't put them away at home. You just carried them with you like this. Go to Zhao Yu's mother's house. Zhao Meiniang was so angry that her heart almost stopped beating. It was really Ji Chang's who stole it? How could I be so stupid as to steal things by myself? I have been chatting with him quite well these days. I asked him to steal it. He also gave me the things. Who knows why he suddenly changed his mind? Mom, you believe me, you believe me. Second, Bonnie Zhao nodded perfunctorily, I believe you, believe you. Before Zhao Meiniang could relax, she continued, Meiniang, you are still too young. You have to be thorough when you lie, you know? Ji Chang's can't even speak, how can he talk well with you? Zhao Meiniang. Second, Bonnie Zhao continued, okay, Mom, don't blame you, okay. You can tell me how you stole it and whether anyone else saw it? Zhao Meiniang collapsed. It's really Ji Chang's. It's really Ji Chang's. Mom, believe me.